Alright, everybody, I'm here. If you are just getting here, I have strongly recommended that if you can, you should put in headphones and dim the lights a little bit just for the proper ambiance. I will wait for a couple minutes. Meantime, feel free to jam out with me to the SNES Classic menu theme. I don't know about you, chat, but one of the worst things about the Switch is that it no longer has cool menu jams. I mean, they are missing a lot of opportunities. Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, the dang shop should have music. The local NPR jockeys keep using piano. We store music is between segment filler. Yeah, that seems to be pretty common. I mean, it's that exact combination of, like, kind of exciting but also chill. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. So, sup nerds and space pirates, it's Galactic Bounty Hunter Kitty, and we are here today with Super Metroid, a game that is very near and dear to my heart. Just hilarious to me because I can't imagine they have the legal rights to do so. I just think all the grown-ups aren't hip enough to catch the interns at it. Yeah, Nintendo is litigious about a lot of things, but I don't know if they're bothering to, like, monitor local radio broadcasts to check for unlicensed music. So yeah, anyway, at this point, we have played through the original Metroid, which is an extremely important game that helped start a genre, but it was made by a bunch of people at Nintendo who had never made a game before, and it's kind of clunky and unintuitive at this point. Metroid 2 is a lot better, but the small size of the Game Boy screen really lets it down. Now, Super Metroid, on the other hand, this game is just as playable as the day it came out. This game, it popularized speedrunning on consoles, it helped invent the concept we would later come to know as sequence breaking. Wait. Whenever someone uses the label Metroidvania for their game, some of them are imitating the original two Metroids, but for the most part, they are trying to invoke this one. Now, I've asked everybody to put headphones in because the beginning of this game is just incredibly atmospheric. It's so good that I honestly don't think there's anything I can contribute to it, so I'm honestly just going to shut up for a little while. If you really don't want to watch a stream that doesn't have commentary, sorry about that, come back in about 10 minutes. Otherwise, I'm very happy to have all of you here with me. Now let's get started.
The last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace.
Alright, I'm back. So, just a couple notes. At the beginning of the game, we checked on the series research station, only to find that our Metroid hatchling had been kidnapped by Ridley. Yes, that Ridley, the one named after Ridley Scott, the one we killed in the very first game. Babby, yes. Considering that poor hatchling thinks that we're our mother, we kind of are responsible for it, so Samus immediately sets off towards Zebby's, the site of the original game, where we are going to get our kit back. Now, considering we killed Ridley, why is he back? It's hard to say. Several of the... It's not mentioned in this one, but several of the other Metroid games are going to kind of try to lampshade slash explain that Ridley's important enough to the space pirate operations to bring back. Lot, yes. Alright, so, yeah, basically we got here, grabbed some items, triggered what appears to be some sort of security camera, and now the place has come alive. These little lobster-clawed enemies are actually space pirates. This is the first time we are going to actually get to see them. They're not particularly intelligent or threatening in this game. Something I'm going to note is that space pirates appear to be both like a group and a species. Like, our lobster friends are space pirates, that's even, according to Metroid Prime, that's even what they call themselves. But we are going to meet a couple of other creatures in this game who are also space pirates. A bit of a complicated mess, but we don't really need to understand their hierarchy because we're going to shoot them. So this right here, this is the map. You may have seen a map that looks exactly like this before. Basically, every 2D exploration game going forward is going to copy this sort of style of map with the big wide rooms, and the rooms we haven't been to are going to be blue. Everything we have seen is going to be pink. Right now, it's only mapping the stuff we've actually seen. There is going to be a map station we can find in every area that's going to reveal everything for us. Over here, we have got the status screen. Right now, Samus does not have a lot of abilities. We have regained the Morph Ball. That's about it. One neat thing you can do is that if you so choose, you can actually turn powers on and off. This is sort of situationally useful in a couple of areas, but mostly it's just neat. Anyway, let's go on. And our pirate friends are kind of determined to stop us, but at this point it just takes one hit to kill them. You'll note that once again we've lost all of our abilities. We've got our pea shooter, we've regained the morph ball and missiles, and that's it. This is the last game that doesn't try to give some sort of explanation about why we're back at default power. Wait, the strategy guide kind of tries to hint that basically Samus had to set out so fast that, like, maybe her suit was still in the middle of maintenance, so she had to boot it up in safe mode. Alright, that widget right there is a map station. It's going to give us not the entire area, but most of it. There's still going to be a couple secrets we'll have to discover on our own. Now, at this point, with this being the third game this team has worked on, they've started to figure out how to, like, breadcrumb the player and kind of hint where they need to go next. So at a couple points, I am going to actually be asking you, hey, where do we go next? And I'll be trying to do my best to point out basically what the game is doing to try and indicate that which way we need to go, that there's some place we need to find. Always up. Nope. Unlike the first two games, we were basically always going to be going down. So right now we are in Criteria. This is basically the surface of the planet Zebes. We did not see this area in the first game. Anyway, I'm going to show you where we need to go next, because there's a power we're going to need to make any more progress. And then after that, I might ask you guys for help. Now, if that big vertical shaft and the area where we got the morph ball in seems familiar, can't go through here yet. That's because it actually is. It's basically an exact recreation of the very beginning of the original Metroid, and also the chamber in Turian where we fought Mother Brain and then had to escape. I actually really like that they included that. It's like, you know, kind of a continuity thing. Hey, you're on the exact same planet. Of course, some of the same locations are here. It's also kind of a flex. It's like, oh hey, see, this is a significant chunk of the first game, and this is just a tiny fraction of what we've done here. Anyway, avoiding those guys because they're a pain in the butt. We've got red doors again. They take 5 missiles to break open. There are going to be other colored doors. And here's our first upgrade, the bombs. All of our abilities are actually going to tell us how to use them now, which is nice. Alright, so let's get... That's not good. Oh, hey, buddy, you're a statue. You're not allowed to... Okay. Alright, well this guy is called the Torizo. He is a Chozo statue who's also become some sort of automated guardian. He's honestly not too hard. Basically what you want to do is use missiles and then shoot him in his little midsection. This is the first indication we're going to get that Chozo tech is either partially organic or a lot more than it seems. We're going to see a couple more statues that do things in this game. Over in the Metroid Prime series, there's all sorts of statues that you need to interact with for puzzles. And they are going to come back in our next game, where it's again going to kind of hint that these things are organic in some fashion. So anyway, we've got the bombs, works the same as usual. Use them to blow through terrain. You can use them as a weapon in a pinch. If you can also time it right, you can use this to basically ascend indefinitely. Half the time I can't do it. Come on. There we go. For the most part in this game, you don't need to bomb jump, but if you do, it's usually pretty easy to just mash on the buttons to get going. Alright, so where to next? I will tell you that we can't go to the right. We ran into that wall. We're able to bomb through it now, but on the other side of it is going to be a green door that we can't open. I'm going to head back down to this little passage over here. Alright, chat, where do you think it wants us to go next? Any thoughts? Yep. The map station conveniently gave us this big old shaft over the left. Let's go see what that's about. And I'll try to tell you what critters are. These guys are called Scree. Presumably for the little noise they make when they dive bomb at you. So yeah, this appears to be a solid wall, but the game has very clearly told us there's something over here. So let's see what our new power does. Alright, we can bomb right through that. If you look at the top and bottom of it, you'll notice that the blocks are kind of disconnected. That's another hint that this is somewhere we can go. Anyway, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna go down and get us some more items. These little crawling guys are called gamers. They come in a bunch of colors all over the place. These guys are rippers, and I don't know what they're made of, but for the most part they're indestructible. They just fly back and forth harmlessly, but it will be useful later on. And this is our first save room. They're basically all going to look the same. Occasionally they'll swap out the colors. For the most part, they're all in those little, mostly identical rooms. Okay, we couldn't go through here before just because we didn't have bombs yet, but now we can. Finally got the little shit in his pen. Yeah, His Highness is most displeased. Yeah, Kino's dear bunny tater tot did not want to go to bed tonight. He just loves his freedom. Yeah, for this, you can actually bomb and hit right, and it'll actually let you go through this little secret passage that makes it easier to get out. Alright. Now, I'm going to be trying for 100% of items in this game, and also hopefully the best ending if I get it. Down there, by the elevator, there is another missile. I'm not going to go get it yet just to save time. If we get to the end of the game and I'm fretting about where the last missile is, that's where it is. Just go ahead and remind me. Criteria is kind of our little tutorial level. Pretty much done in here, so let's head on. Also, a quick note, we've got a couple of new moves. Using the shoulder buttons, we can finally aim at diagonals, which is a big life, or just a huge quality of life thing. We have the ability to go into morph ball in midair. This is pretty useful for trying to get in specific passages. And also, if we hold the A button, we've also got the ability to sprint. Keep in mind that we can do that because it's actually going to become incredibly important in a little bit. And here's our first energy tank, which gives us 100 units of energy. So instead of 99, we're now at 199. These space pirates are green instead of the gray ones we encountered before. You actually can't hurt them with the beams. We're gonna have to use missiles. Okay, and I'm gonna head right real quick just to show you guys something. Alright. You remember in the first game where we had to kill both Ridley and Kraid in order to get at the end of the game, and there was these little statues of both of them that we had to shoot to unlock a bridge. This here statue is basically the same thing. You'll note, instead of 2 bosses, we've now got 4 blinking sets of eyes. There are 4 of these little buggers, and to get to Mother Brain and complete the game, we're gonna have to find and kill all of them. Ruh-roh. It's okay. This is the 3rd time Samus has done this. She's got this shit under control. Okay, these little cocoon things are called Kagos. You shoot them, their little critter comes out of the hive. These are extremely useful if you need pickups. One cool change in this game is that if you are full on a particular kind of items, enemies will stop dropping it. Okay, so here's our first elevator. And we are now in Brinstar, the Rocky Zone. This whole area has kind of been reimagined as a sort of underground jungle, which is really cool. We're going to see a couple different kinds of plant life. Red guys with the jets are called Ripper 2s. What do you call crawling guys? Look at the chart and I don't see them. Oh well, they're basically the same thing as gamers. Head left first. Got some side hoppers in here. You'll notice the doors turn gray. That means we can't open it. Some of the time when that happens, it's a one-way trap, but most of the time you'll need to kill all the enemies in the room and then the doors will unlock. Got this weird little passage that we can bomb through. And here's our map station for the area. Not all of them, but most of these are located very near the entrance. So here's most of Brinstar. You'll note it's a very big area. We're going to explore most of this on our first go. And once again, we're going to do the same trick where we're going to run into what seems like an impassable area, but the map is going to very clearly hint to us that we can go through the wall somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna head right. Alright, so we fell through right there, and even if we knew what to do, we would very quickly run into that gate that just descended. In order to get through this room, we're going to need a new upgrade. I'll talk about that room more when we come back, but there actually is a way to get through there on your first trip, using the little speedrunning trick. It's actually very helpful because you can get a new kind of item extremely early if you do that. I'm not going to bother going left because there's just a missile recharge station. You got that critter down there. He's trying to tell us that there's something down there, but we can't get to it quite yet. Okay, these stupid diagonal enemies are called Rios. Kind of a pain in the butt. Alright, this wall. We can very clearly see that there's a passage on the other side of here, but also you notice on the right side there's kind of a rounded texture that indicates this thing is like not a solid wall. I'm gonna come back here later. More screes. Those ones are made of metal for some reason. We can't damage them. Okay, so we're in a long vertical passage. I'm gonna go down, get a new item first, and we're gonna come back up. I actually really like the terrain here. They've gone from jungle to kind of permanent indoor cherry blossom garden. Very nice. Okay, we got some more missiles. Over to the right, you'll notice these two very visible blocks. Bomb through these. Alright, here's our next upgrade, the charge beam. All I gotta do is hold the button, you'll do a much more powerful shot. The charge beam, right now we do about 20 damage. The charge beam for each of our beams will cause it to do triple damage. There are 3 different tricks you can do with this. I'm going to show you 2 of them. First off, if you charge your shot and then go into Morph Ball, you'll lay a bunch of bombs. It isn't really super helpful. If you recall the first game, most of the Chozo statues had basically that little tube under them you can go through. Same thing here, but we need an item we don't have yet to actually do that, so we'll come back later. Can't go through there yet. Second trick. Charge up the beam. And then do a spinning jump into any enemy. It'll destroy most of them in one hit. That is called the pseudo-screw attack, because it kind of copies an ability we're going to get later on. There's a save point over the left, which we don't really need. Alright, these wing guys are called key hunters, and supposedly they're intelligent. They're another member of our space pirate gang. For the most part, all they do is just fly at you. Pseudo-screw attack destroys them really easily, and we've got that locked door, so we need to actually kill all of them to get through it. Just got locked in by a green door. And the music just changed because this is our first mini-boss. This guy is named Spore Spawn, and right now we can't do anything to him. We're gonna have to wait till he opens up. So, use missiles. Basically, we just wait for him to open and then hide in the corner. And to say, but this is honestly a really boring boss. But we have to go through him because he's going to give us a pretty significant upgrade. It looks cool, yo. Yeah! That big old glowing core is really neat. I just wish there was less of a lull between opportunities to actually hit him. Just quick damage comparison. Right now, our charged beam will do 60 damage. Each of our missiles does 100. These things are going to get outclassed pretty quickly, but for right now, they're essential. Alright, Spore Spawn's down, and now we're able to actually climb on him. Let's go get a new toy, shall we? Alright, here's our super missiles. Regular missiles do 100 damage, these guys are going to do 300 damage. Second, I'll show you. So we can use super missiles to open green doors. They also hit so hard that they shake the screen. Any enemies that happen to be crawling on the ceiling actually get knocked down. Poor wall crabs. Yeah, so, okay. Super missiles open green doors. They also destroy the occasional block we'll find with a convenient symbol on them. Now, every enemy has a certain chance to drop specific pickups. Like, most of them have a high chance to drop energy and regular missiles and a low chance to drop super missiles, so for the most part, even though they're our most effective weapon, we don't want to use them too often just because they're hard to replenish. Alright, so one of the things this game is infamous for is sequence breaking, which is basically getting items outside of the order you're recommended to get them in. Now, a very cool thing about this game is that, like, there's not a lot of, like, event flags going on. Like, in a lot of games, like, the game is set up so, okay, in order to get to the next area, I need to talk to this NPC, and I need to go over here and talk to this guy and fight this boss, and then eventually the king will build me a bridge to get to the next area. All of that is scripting flags. Basically, in the game's code, it's going to check, okay, I need X, Y, and Z to be set, and if so, we'll activate the next area. If not, you can't get through. A lot of the games... There's a lot of games where you can basically use exploits to kind of get around and go to places where you're supposed to. But there's just as many games where trying to do that will... Basically, the game isn't set up to handle the areas past there without the flag set. So, if you glitch through into some place you're not supposed to be, the game will just crash. Super Metroid, on the other hand, basically has very few event flags in it. Like, the very beginning of the game where there's no enemies until we get the Morph Ball, that's scripted, but for the most part the rest of the game isn't. So, with that in mind, over the years, people have basically broken this entire game open. You can basically get anything in any order if you know the right exploits. There's actually a fairly famous speedrunning category called Reverse Boss Order. Where, yeah, basically we can go to the last area first and then take everybody out in reverse order. I'm not going to be doing that. As far as sequence breaking goes, I am mostly going to follow the canonical path the game wants you to take. The exception is there is a couple of items I'm going to get early. There's only going to be one major item I'm going to get early, and that's mostly because it's incredibly easy if you know how. So anyway, I'm going to get something we can't normally get at this point unless we want a bomb jump. I'm going to use an ability called the wall jump. Which all you gotta do is jump against the wall and then hit away from it and jump at the same time. And that'll get us this missile that otherwise we can't get until we come back with the high jump boots. The game is actually going to not quite tell us, but it's going to show us how to do the wall jump, thanks to a couple of NPCs we're going to run into later. This little gate, we just have to shoot the blue light to open it. If we come back to this area, though, this thing's going to close. So for the most part, this is a one-way trip for right now. That's called. Those are cat attacks. Basically just hostile plants. Okay, so this room we are in is infamous. It's called the Noob Bridge. Noob is a newbie, because lots of players who are playing this for the first time on an emulator and haven't read the manual get stuck here. I'm going to pretend I have no idea how to play this game, and you guys are going to have to tell me what to do here. So anyway, we hop here, we attempt to go across, fall through the floor. Now, we can't just carefully jump across this because of the spikes on the ceiling. Alright, chat, what do I have to do to get through here? If you've been paying attention, I have told you the answer. Chat, help, what do I do? Walk under it. Nope. If you go to the other end, it's just a dead end, and there's no way to bomb through it or anything. Any other guesses? Alright, I mentioned when we were talking about Samus's new abilities that we now have the ability to run. Basically, we just gotta hold the run button, jump up the hole, and morph ball. Nope. Basically, we just have to hold the run button and just run across this. Game is trying to tell us here that we absolutely are going to need to learn how to run. Alright, we're in the second part of this area, normally called Red Brinstar. We've got a long vertical column up here that we're going to have to come back for. If we really wanted to, we can get up here with the wall jump, but it's too much of a pain, so I'm not going to bother. Got a dead end right here. The map does not outright tell us that there's a passage below here, but we do have this disconnected part over here that we have no obvious way of reaching. Can't go left yet. We've got this little disconnected block right here, but it's actually a trap. These guys are very annoying. You're going to have to use either bombs or missiles to destroy them. But with a little bit of experimentation, we find there is a block that we can just shoot through. Okay, at this point, we've just fallen down a long shaft with rippers across it. Aside from wall jumping, there is no way to get back. This is kind of a point of no return for a little bit, which is honestly fine, because we're going to get a bunch of new abilities very quickly, and being stuck down here means that there's a lot less places to have to try and figure out, okay, can I use this to get back to that area? Alright, in this room right here, we've got an energy recharge station. If you've taken damage, just put your cannon on that and it'll recharge you. Alright, this is our first in-game instance of water. Samus, being a person in a giant metal suit, is not very agile in the water. So we're gonna have to stay out of the pool for a while. Alright, in here, notice that cracked block up there. We can actually shoot and go up. Normally we need to come back here with the high jump boots, but it's very easy to just wall jump up here. Right here, we're going to need to bomb, and then shoot that block. If you try to bomb both of them, there's a little stupid passage right here that'll drop us back down in that claw we just saw. So here is our first major upgrade, the Spazer, which as far as I know stands for Spread Laser. A lot easier to hit things with than the pea shooter, and also does twice as much damage. This guy right down here is called a Yapping Maw. He's going to try to grab you as you jump across. For the most part, they can't do anything to Samus, but they will frequently try to drag you into hazards. Fortunately, we can't destroy them yet. This tube here is very interesting, but we can't do anything yet. Right, here's our next area elevator. Alright, so we are now in Norfair, the lava zone, the home of Ridley. We're able to go here a little bit early. We were kind of confined to the shaft here. We're basically supposed to get an item and go back. There are some open doors here, but if we actually try to go through here... Yeah, you'll note the rippling air and the fact that we're taking damage. Well, as befits the fact that it's close to the planet's core, large portions of Norfair are actually superheated. We're not able to go through them yet. What we're going to do is just come down here, grab this here energy tank. This is 2 blocks you just have to stand on to get through to this little passage down here. Now, without wall jumping, we can't get back through here. Now we can. Here is our good friends, the high jump boots. Jump on back out of the room and get out of this little shaft we're stuck in. The high jump boots are impressive. You can actually jump really high. Point out that Samus has kind of really floaty jump physics, which I think is by design, just so that when you are using high jump boots, you have at least a little bit of warning before you jump into hazards. Right, this is literally all we can do in Norfair right now. Either we can't open the doors, or any area we can get to is going to be superheated, so we're going to come back. Elevator. Alright, once again, if we look at the map, even though we appear to be stuck in this room, there's very clearly stuff over here. In this case, you'll note these 3 blocks that are kind of obviously different. Bomb these super missiles, and now we're through. Boy, a big old mouth. If you recall the first game, anytime we had to go through a big old mouth, we were had just reached one of the mini-boss hideouts that we needed to progress through the rest of the game. I'm not going to tell you who's in here, but honestly it should be pretty easy to guess. We're stuck in here, but we can just shoot through and then bomb through this passage right here. And some more key hunters who... They're a little bit annoying to fight, but for the most part, if you're either using the pseudo-screw attack or the charge beam, it's not too bad. We can bomb through here, and there's a save point. Alright, so in the wall right here, there is a power-up which we can't currently get. It's honestly kind of not really well signaled. There are 2 upgrades we're going to get that make it relatively easy to tell where items are, but for the most part they're kind of hidden all over. This game does, I think, a very good job of trying to hint where you're able to go next. But as far as items go, there are just things stuck in the dang wall all over the place. But honestly, there are 46 missile upgrades to pick up in this game, along with a whole bunch of other stuff. I think they figured that, hey, there's a lot of missiles that are pretty easy to find. If you don't find the ones that are a pain in the butt, that's okay. You should still be well equipped enough to get through the end of the game either way. Right here, you'll notice this big old crack in the ground. You just have to shoot it to get through. Spazer upgrade lets us shoot the green guys. Suddenly we're in an obstacle course. Oh, hey, I recognize that guy. It's Kraid. How you doing, Kraid? Oh, he's dead already. Oh well. And yet the area keeps going. I wonder why. Show you this. You shot his tum-tum weak spot. Yes, I did. Yeah, notice that little gap in the ceiling up there. We can shoot through here and go up. I'm not going to bother because all that's in there is a health and missile recharge station, which we don't need. Got a dead body. That's ominous. This right here is a boss door. We just need to shoot it 3 times to go through. Okay, kind of stuck right here. That's not good. Oh, hey, actual Kraid, you got big, didn't you? You got very big, didn't you? Alright, so he's going to shoot spikes and throw his little claws at us, and in order to actually do damage, we need to shoot him in the eyes so he opens his mouth, and then just shoot him in the mouth. Easiest way to do that is to use your beam to make him react and then switch to missiles. Honestly, it's not that hard. You are welcome to link to that music video in the chat, Nick, if you want. Yeah, Resurrected Kraid is honestly not that hard, but hey, he's the first boss. Alright, here's a critically important upgrade, the Varia suit. Samus has now assumed her traditional color screen and also has the power of giant shoulders. So in previous games, this was basically just an armor upgrade. It would cut your damage taken in half. Same thing here. It also has a new upgrade, which I'm going to let you guys guess what that is. I really like this guy here. There's absolutely no explanation of who he is or why he's here. Hot go. Yes, you were correct. That guy's just kind of there. There's no explanation other than to make it obvious there's something bad here. Here lies Link. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, early on in the development that guy was colored green. I remember a lot of this and I don't know why. I don't know, I'm pretty sure I've played through it with you around. I mean, we've had speedruns on before. Okay, with Kraid gone, this door is open. There's a whole bunch of these stupid critters. There's no way to shake these off short of destroying them with bombs. They'll do it. Up here in there we go. Up here in the ceiling is another energy tank. Not really any obvious, like, broken block or anything to indicate that's there, but it's kind of obvious. There must be something in this weird little dead-end room that we couldn't get into before. Now, we want the high jump boots to get in here, but if you are really determined, you can actually get in without. Run, jump over here, and then wall jump off this block. Honestly, it's perfectly possible to do that whole area without the high jump boots. It just makes fighting Kraid a pain in the butt, so I don't usually bother. Alright, with our new ability to withstand superheated temperatures, let's head back down into the fire. Here's another area with those gates. We can get past the first gate with our regular run, but not the second. We're going to need a new upgrade to actually get through there. Let's see, critters. Those guys are called Sovas. They're basically just gamers, but they're on fire. Yep, we're in a superheated room. You can actually see the sprite glowing, which is really neat. But otherwise, this room is completely safe now. These little hoppy guys are called Deathgigas. They come in small and extra big varieties. Alright, these guys are called Garudas. They just sort of backing up. But they're on fire should be the new standard for recolors. Yeah, there are a lot of, like, actual recolors in this game, but for the most part, every time you go to a new area, there is a new critter. Now, obnoxiously, down here in the lava, there's actually a missile. Basically just want to shoot down there, roll open a ball real quick, and then get through. While the various suit protects us from superheated rooms, it does not protect us from lava. Which is okay, because lava is very, very hot. These jumpy guys are called Squeps. The seahorse dudes, I believe, are called Alcoons. I apologize for taking a second to try to look up the critters. Unfortunately, there's like 40 of them in this game. And I do not have all of them memorized, unfortunately, so... If you decide you really don't care what they're called, I mean, let me know. Okay, right here there's a save point. There is a ledge up here that we can't get to. We're basically gonna have to go in a big old loop. Come over here, drop down through the floor and grab a missile. Yeah, there is a lot of missiles in this game. By the time we get all of them, we're going to max out at 230. And the devs felt fit to hide them in all sorts of weird places. Probably just quite simple because you don't need even anywhere near all of them. Okay, bomb through and now go down. Alright, these guys are called gamuts. And they're actually extremely helpful for grinding for pickups because they come out in those columns. And any enemy that comes out of a tube will actually respawn indefinitely. Called my lava friends. These are called Magdalites. Yeah, they're actually basically some sort of living magma. They'll pop out and throw these fireballs at us. If we really want to, we can intercept these for pickups. The floating things are called multi-violas. And there are in fact some enemies that... Oh, they're right there. The blue ones are just called regular violas. We don't need to go down yet, we're gonna keep going right. This room is gonna slowly fill up with lava, which, as you might guess, is bad. Those head guys are just obstacles. We can actually destroy them with super missiles, but there's no point. These platform guys are called trippers, and we can safely ride around on their heads. This guy you have to be careful of because Samus is too heavy for him, so he's gonna start gradually dipping. You just want to make sure you jump before you get to the end. Alright, this item right here is going to be that semi-major skip we talked about. Normally you have to go through this loop twice after getting another item. There's no point, because this is really easy to get, so I'll show you how. First off, you're going to want to destroy the head with a super missile. Let this platform come down, and then you... If I stop screwing up, I can get up there. Okay, there we go. Or there's an upper door you can just come through. Alright, those blocks indicate there's an upgrade we need to get through here, but we don't care. I'm just gonna run, jump across this pit, take the hit, and then we'll jump up the wall. Alright, here's the wave beam. Now, in the first two Metroid games, beams were mutually exclusive. If you picked up the wave beam, you'd lose the ice beam. If you picked blah blah blah. In this game, they actually stack. So we've got the Spazer plus the wave beam, and we've now got this Ripley purple beam. There's no reason to, but if you want to, you can actually turn them off just to see what they look like by themselves. So the wave beam does that same sideways pattern thing it did in the first two games. So as with the first two games, the wave beam gives us the ability to shoot through walls. In Metroid 2, that was just kind of a fun bonus thing it did. It's actually an important progress thing for this one. One of the many things I like about this entry is that basically everything you get has both a combat function and a progress function. Whereas in the original two, like, there were a couple of upgrades that were just quality of life kind of things. Anyway, keep on going up. There's one of our first recolors. That's a cat attack, but it's red now instead of green. Presumably because in its own way it's on fire. And this little weird area that doesn't go anywhere, we can shoot through the ceiling. There's a column of gametes right here if you need them. Okay, so immediately we're going to fall through the floor right here. The game is reminding us that we have a run button and we need to use it. run through here. Coming up is one of the dumbest missiles in the game. It's in the ceiling. How do I know this is here? Because as a kid I got butt missile. Yes, very much. There are several butt missiles in this game. The speedrunning wiki actually has a chart of the so-called bastard missiles, just as a reminder to get them. But yeah, when I was a kid, I got very, very stuck in this game, and my parents actually bought me the strategy guide, which conveniently tells you where all the items are. And I've played through this so many times that even the stupid ones, I've just memorized their location. We don't have them yet, but there actually are 2 upgrades that will outright make it much easier for us to find stuff. Anyway, new pickup. This is our first brand new upgrade in this game other than the charge beam, the speed booster. And we're going to need it real quick because suddenly the floor is trying to kill us. Whew. Yep. The speed booster does is hold the run button. You need to go about, I think it's about 2.5 screens worth of distance, but once you do, you will turn blue and become invincible. You can both plow through enemies while using the speed booster, and also there's certain blocks you can destroy. Let's see if I can get up there. I can skip this, I just have to time it right. Almost. Nope. There we go. Yeah, you can jump off that little, like, half-block tall block. To get in here, we need the same upgrade. We need to get the wave beam. There's a second room in here we access by shooting through the wall. And if you shoot down, there is a handy-dandy little pipe that'll take us up. Got more dragons and more fire gamers. Right, this right here is a reserve tank, as shown up in our left-hand corner. This is a sort of secondary energy tank. You can set it to either auto or manual. Basically, you can fill these up with about 100 energy. If you set it to auto, if you happen to get knocked down to 0, it'll automatically recharge you. Otherwise, you can use these to top off whenever. There's a little sneaky missile hidden down here that we just have to shoot through the block. Yeah, the reserve tanks, they will charge automatically if you pick up energy while your regular tanks are full. I honestly basically never use... Yeah, you'll see how the auto just turned on. We picked up some surplus energy and it charged our tank a little itty bit. That'll top out at 100. Okay, so I'm going to do some backtracking. You'll recall that room where there was the gates coming down that we weren't able to run through. Well, with the speed booster, we can actually get through there. I like Norfair because this is the first point in the game where it doesn't really tell you what to do. It just expects you to do a little bit of exploring, spot areas you can't go through, and then as you pick up new items, go, I wonder if I can get through there now. I will ramble about the game itself eventually, but probably not until we start backtracking, just because there's a whole lot of stuff going on in a short period of time. Anyway, dropping gates. No match for the speed booster. You'll note those icons, those... We can destroy those blocks, but we are going to need an ability we don't currently have. Basically, we're going to get an item in this next room, do a loop, get a pickup, and then come back, and that'll get us to the next part of this area. Alright, note that shaft on the right side. Climb up here, shoot through the floor, and drop in here to get to our next pickup. Alright, and here's our good buddy, the Ice Beam. Here's what it looks like as part of the combined beam. Here's what it looks like by itself. And here's the Ice Wave Beam. And yeah, I love that all the various combinations are animated. Especially since only 2 of these beams are actually mandatory. We could actually get through the entire game without picking up the spazer if we didn't happen to spot the little room it was in. So the Ice Beam, as has been the pattern, is incredibly, incredibly cold. So cold that it'll even freeze creatures that are on fire in place. Also has the ability to basically disrupt physics. If I freeze something in midair, it stays there. Right here, the game is teaching us that we're going to need the Ice Beam to freeze things to get through various areas. It's very hard to get through here without freezing that guy at maximum height. And here's a Ripper, same thing. There's not really any way to destroy these guys, but we can freeze them. And this is just going to spit us out where we were. Alright, chat, at this point we are going to need to do a little bit of backtracking. Now that we have the Ice Beam, would anyone care to guess where we need to go next? Flame Fire? Freeze the lava. No, that would be really cool, but unfortunately not. We are going to have to freeze something to make progress. Alright, well, I'm going to go ahead and start doing some backtracking. I'll get back to the room we need to get to, and then I'll let you guys tell me what to do. There's that weird tube again. Alright, you remember this room right here? I said it was a point of no return. Any guesses what we need to do here? Making platforms. Yes! Easy under bugs. Yep. Gold stars to both of you. I'm learning. Yes, you are. Good job. We can't get through that yellow door yet, but we will be able to on our next trip. Keep going up. Here is a ledge that we couldn't get to without the high jump boots. Very easily to traverse now. Now, you can get up here with wall jumping if you really want to, but it's a pain in the butt. Here's why. This little floor right here. In order to wall jump up this, you would have to basically jump up here, shoot that. Shooting it would get you out of spinning mode, which means you wouldn't be able to wall jump anymore. So basically, you have to climb up here, shoot that, fall down, jump right back up the wall really quickly, and then try to get through there before it regenerates. Honestly, I don't usually bother. Note these little Rafflesia plants on the floor. These guys are carnivorous. You actually fall in there, it'll chaw on you for a minute before you can actually recover and get through it. So I'm going to be careful getting through here. Alright, you'll note those two kind of disconnected blocks in the floor. Now, if you were here for my Axiom Verge stream, you'll recall that I invented Aunt Kitty's first rule of exploring in video games, which is search for things that stand out. Those suspicious disconnected blocks are telling us that we can actually shoot through the floor right here, so let's do that. And you'll note the door that we just came through is turned into a yellow door. These bugs right here are called zeros. Fun lore hint thing we're not going to learn in this game. These are actually the larval form of those key hunters we fought earlier. There's actually 2 other games in this series where that's going to be relevant. Dang it. Alrighty, here's our power bombs. To use these, you'll toggle through with the item select button until you get to the power bombs, go into morph ball mode, plant a bomb, and bam! So these do a ton of damage. They technically do more than super missiles. They'll hit twice for 200 damage. There's a whole bunch of things that only power bombs can destroy. In particular, those yellow doors. And also, if there are any destructible blocks on screen, the power bombs will just blow right through them. So, one method you could use for hunting for secrets in this game, if you so choose, is basically, on every single screen, just set off a power bomb. There is another upgrade that'll make doing that easier, but for some of the later games where that upgrade doesn't exist, like, power bombing is how I basically found all the shortcuts in or all the items in the game without resorting to a guide. Alright, so we've got this weird room that doesn't go anywhere. You'll note that 2 of the flowers have the yapping maws in them, the 3rd one doesn't. That's because we can actually fall straight through that one and get another power bomb. So, each power bomb pickup we get is worth 5 new bombs for our maximum capacity. We are eventually going to max out at 50. This elevator right here actually goes back to criteria, but I'm not going to bother going through it just because we're immediately going to hit a dead end. Basically, we would go through there, there would be a door we can get through with power bombs, and then we'd immediately get stuck because we needed an even more different upgrade to progress. We're gonna go back there pretty soon, though. Ow, dang it. Yeah, power bombs are insanely useful. They'll basically destroy any enemy in about a screen and a half radius. Most enemies don't really drop them, so yeah, you don't want to use them too much. We can technically get through that door over there now, but it's going to be a pain in the butt without a new upgrade, so I'm not going to bother. And those stupid little leech critters are actually pretty useful because they're one of the few enemies in this game that have a high chance of dropping power bombs. Okay, so we got power bombs now. Would anyone care to guess where we need to use them next? Alright, so I'm going to run back through this gauntlet. Note these weird blocks I pointed out earlier, we can just power bomb right through these. I believe these little critters are called Miras. And yeah, they're just like those little critters we saw on the passage to the bombs, but they're on fire. Okay, this room sucks. You'll basically immediately go through here, step on this block, fall through, which is fine, except for the fact, on that wall over there, there's a frickin' missile. Now, you can angle down and use the sovas basically as a platform to kind of ignore these breaking platforms, but happen to screw up, you're either going to have to laboriously jump back up here or wall jump up the dang walls, which is a pain in the butt in and of itself. In a couple minutes, I am, however, going to show you a secret technique that would make getting that easier. I love running into speed booster gauntlets, they're so satisfying. While here, you'll notice these blocks immediately respond with different symbols. That's the icon of the speed booster. Just kind of a hint to tell us that, yeah, there's actually specific blocks that only the speed booster can destroy. Okay, here's our second mini-boss. This guy's named Crocomire. Much like Kraid, you need to shoot him in the mouth. He's not very threatening right now, he just kind of sits there. But notice the way he just rushed at us? If we let him, he's going to continually rush at us, pushing us back. If we let him go too far, to the left of us there is actually a spiked wall which he will shove us into until we die. So the way to kill this guy, we basically want to just time it correctly and shoot him when he's got his mouth open. Ow. Yeah, let's not be killed to death by a spiked wall. He's not too bad. He opens his mouth at a pretty predictable interval. You just kind of got to get the timing down, and you can have missiles flying right into his jaw just as it opens. You know that whole pushing us back thing he does? Well, two of us can play at that game. Yeah, don't like it, do ya? That's why our parents taught us not to shove. Also, holy crap, this animation is brutal. Okay, so we can't go to the right yet. Can't go up. Go check out what's over here. That's not good. Oh. Hey, buddy. How? Nope. Oh. And jump scare. Yeah, I'm pretty sure him bursting through the wall in the skeleton form freaked me the hell out as a kid. We've got a column of gametes right here that we can use to restock. Which is definitely wanted after how many missiles we had to blow on Crocomire. Now, you'll note that we had to do a whole bunch of backtracking to get the power bombs, which is, you know, a teaching moment that the game is trying to show us what to do, but also kind of a big pain in the butt. There is actually a pretty easy way to get power bombs early. Basically, what you would do is you would need to get the wave beams early, but you would basically loop through the right. There would be a passage connecting through right here, and it'd actually dump us in that same room where the speed booster was. So, to get the Crocomire, basically either the canonical way is to use the speed booster, but if you've got the wave beam, you can come through here. Then if we ride on this, can a little longer. Let's see if I can get the timing on this right. There we go. We can actually come in here, and this would be the first place we could get power bombs. Good if you're speedrunning, not if you want 100% completion, because you would still have to loop through over by the ice beam if you wanted that stupid missile that's embedded in the wall. For my test run, I tried doing that, and I'm not sure I actually saved much time. Anyway, we're gonna fall down this here shaft. We're gonna need a new upgrade to actually get back through here. Note the lava in this room. This is actually more different lava. It's some sort of superheated acid. And look how stupidly fast we take damage. We don't want to fall on that. I like that Norfair is like so much of an underground hellhole that it has lava and super lava. Okay, I'm gonna clear these guys out. You come over here, you'll notice this sort of ramp and these platforms. If we jump over there, it's not going to go anywhere. We're going to hit a wall. If we bomb these, we can see there's speed booster rocks. But we can't speed boost because there's no runway. We can power bomb these. Alright, so I'm going to show you guys another secret technique. The game is going to teach it to us, but not until later. To actually do this one, you are going to need to have a speed booster. So what you do is get the booster active, duck. If you do it correctly, you will start glowing, and if you hit jump, you will rocket upwards. It is a fairly famous secret ability called the Shine Spark, which is apparently some sort of anime reference. The strategy guide just calls it the super jump. There's two ways you would learn how to do that. Well, three. One, if you get the strategy guide, it'll tell you. Two, there is a critter that'll show us how to do that. And three, a neat thing about this game, are you guys familiar with the track modes? Basically, if you let a game loop on the title screen, it'll generally show you little gameplay segments. As you get further into Super Metroid, the attract mode will actually change, and it'll actually show us how to do a couple of different secret techniques. It'll show us how to super jump, it'll show us how to wall jump. Most importantly for the super jump, it'll show us that we have the ability to super jump at different angles, which I will show you in a little bit. But yeah, there are a couple of secret abilities that the game will not outright teach you. Like, there's no tutorial that's going to say, hey, to super jump, you need to dash and then push down the glow and then jump. But they're there if you're paying enough attention. Anyway, to get through there, we needed to hit the speed booster and then jump off of that ramp. This room is really cool, but this is the only time we need to actually do this. And here is our next vital upgrade, the grappling beam. This is going to show up on our bar up there. We need to toggle through to that. Going to shoot out this here beam of electricity. Remember these blocks in the ceiling? Well, the grapple beam, unsurprisingly, lets us grapple onto them. Basically, you push left and right to swing back and forth, and down to extend the beam out. And then you just do your best Indiana Jones impression. So, we can't get through this here room without using the grapple beam. Gotta swing across. Get through here, we have to grapple onto those blocks that we can barely see up in the ceiling. Now that first little room, if we really wanted to, we could technically get through it with wall jumps. I don't think there's any way to cheat through here. We have to actually learn how to grapple if we haven't already. Stand right there. Angle upward, swing. Do again. And here is a super missile gate. There's no way to get through these from the other side short of glitching. So if we had tried to come through there first, we would have hit a dead end. Anyway, how do you get that power bombs normally? You see that guy? You'll note how he appears to be made of metal. We can actually grapple onto that. Okay, second neat thing the grapple beam does, you can use it as a weapon, and you can actually use it to pick up items. It makes it incredibly easy to farm pickups because you basically just gotta find one of these tubes, aim downwards, and then just shoot repeatedly and you'll automatically grab everything. Unfortunately, even those guys are real stingy with power bombs, so... Hi, Crocomire. That's what you get for trying to jump scare us. Okay. In this room, we can grapple across, but that's boring, so let's do this instead. Ah, jump too early. Yeah, you can actually just speed boost to jump across. That's not going to work to get back, so we are going to have to grapple. Alright, so at this point we are officially done in Norfair. There's a couple other rooms that we could poke into, but the only thing that would do is lead us to dead ends. As noted, for this playthrough, I'm trying to both get 100% item completion and get the best ending, which is under 3 hours. So in order to actually do that, I can't poke around too much. Grapple beam through here. And I screw up. Instead of grappling, here's another technique you can use. You can just, like, let go and then shoot upwards and you'll grab the next block. Yeah, here's the map station. Yeah, for the most part, the game just made us do without this. However, it does reveal a couple of passages, and most importantly, you see that little room down there with the skull or something on it? That's going to be Ridley's hideout. We are going to have to get a whole bunch of new upgrades in order to actually get down there. Okay, so to actually progress the game, we're going to have to do a whole bunch of backtracking. Specifically, we're going to have to go all the way back up to Samus's ship. Now, in a lot of games, that would be a tedious pain in the butt. However, Super Metroid anticipates that properly and makes sure that on the path we're going to take, there's actually going to be a whole bunch of stuff that we couldn't get before that we can now. So just by doing some backtracking, we're actually gonna get to our destination a lot more powerful than we are. Okay, here's that missile I mentioned that was stuck in the wall that we couldn't get through. You can bomb your way up there, but that first block needs a power bomb to destroy, so even if you know that's there, you can't actually get it at first. All things to consider, not too bad of a backtrack. Alright, so while I'm backtracking, let's ramble about the game itself. So, Super Metroid came out on March 19th, 1994 in Japan, came out the same year in every other territory, came out April 18th in the US, and then July for Europe. Producer on this was Makoto Kano, who's been with us from the first game. He was a designer on Metroid 1 and 2. Yoshio Sakamoto becomes the director. At this point, he is going to be the director for every other game in this series. Every game except for the couple that aren't actually made by Nintendo proper, in which case he's still going to be either the supervisor or the executive producer. Up to and including our upcoming Metroid Dread, which I'll talk about that when it actually comes out, but that's being developed by a third-party studio called Mercury Stream. Dread is going to be their second Metroid game. They also did Samus Returns. Now, I'm freezing these little glowfly guys because they're actually the light source for this room. If we destroy all of them, it's actually going to get so dark that we can't see the blocks. Basically, this is just a big gauntlet we need the grappling beam for. If you really want to, you can jump through here and then wall jump up the side, but that sucks, so let's not do that. Okay, so right here is going to be this upgrade is completely optional, but it's probably the most useful in the game. So here's the X-ray scope. You'll note that I mentioned that there are two different upgrades you can use to discover items. One is the power bombs, which will either destroy or reveal any hidden block in the room. The X-ray scope does much the same thing, but it does this. Basically, if a block can be destroyed, it'll show it to you. If it's a secret passage you can get through, it'll just act like it's not even there. So to get out of this room, we're going to need to destroy this block up here, roll down through this passage, and then go through this big old center block where we can actually stand up. Yeah, this is optional, but very helpful. Honestly, I think the devs put this in so they didn't have to feel guilty about all the little stupid things they hit everywhere. Ow. Dang it, let me go. Yeah, my speed technique is I sort of don't actually even grapple, I just sort of fall forward. Yeah, if you destroy all of these, the actual blocks you can stand on become invisible. Alright, so yeah, Yoshio Sakamoto has been promoted from producer to director for this one, a position he's going to stay in for the rest of the series. Let me get through this room and then I'll keep going. The new bridge is no match for the speed booster. Alright, remember the wave beam's ability to shoot through walls? It comes in handy right here. This is normally a one-way gate, but we can just shoot it from the other side provided we have the wave beam. If you don't find the wave beam, it's still possible to get back. You would just use that elevator up by the power bombs. That way is technically faster, but we're going to miss a whole bunch of items doing that. Okay, so our first stop on the backtrack tour is to come up here. Power bomb through our door. Gonna power bomb again because we've got these pain-in-the-butt giant side hoppers. Crap, I missed. We can bomb through the wall right here. We get another power bomb. And the placement of that is, I think, very deliberate. Because there's a whole wall we can bomb through right here. And we're actually back where we got the morph ball. There's going to be a couple of other upgrades we can pick up while we're here. Okay, so first up here in the ceiling is an energy tank. This was actually here in the original game. I think I skipped getting it just because you need both the high jump and the ice beam to get it, and I would have had to go out of my way. You'll note this little stupid shaft right here. We can blow this up. And then I think you can get up this by... It's hard to do, but you gotta... Come on. You gotta carefully wall jump... No. Come on. Yeah, you can wall jump up here, and then you'd have to bomb this block up top. We're gonna do this the way I think they want you to do, which is to super jump. There's just enough room here to do it. It's a bit fiddly because you have to crouch while you're running. You also gotta make sure you space it correctly. Okay, here we go. Okay. We technically can't come in here yet, but we can get through it if we're very careful with our jump. Okay. Missed. There's actually an invisible bridge up there. Supposed to be able to come back here when we get through the water, but if I time the jump very carefully, I can get it. Come on. There we go. This room right here, we got a missile and a secret missile. Yeah, again, you don't have to find most of this stuff, so the devs obviously saw fit to just kind of hide it wherever, because they gave you the tools to find it if you were really intent on exploring. I still think some of these are giant pains in the butt, though. Alright, so the actual development of this game actually started back in 1991, 3 years before the release. At this point, the Super NES had been out for less than a year, and this is the first SNES game that R&D1 actually worked on. Let's see. No, there's another way I can get through there. I'll come back in a minute. The actual development was apparently extremely grueling. At one point, all 17 devs were sleeping in the break room. Sakamoto says it started to smell very badly in there. And apparently there was one point right after New Year where Sakamoto started yelling at the TV because news broadcasters were showing people on a ski trip. And just this... He started shouting at the TV just because of seeing all these people who were out doing fun things, and he was stuck in the dang office. Gunpei Yokoi was involved with this, but at this point he was strictly a supervisor. He actually got annoyed at how long the development time was. Apparently he said, this isn't fine art, how long is it going to take? I don't know about you guys, but I am very good. The crunch is not new. No, it's not. Although Nintendo, for the most part, at least tries very hard not to. Okay, and here we actually need to basically... Can't always do it, but basically we need to flip up and land on top of that block. Okay. Shoot through here. And then I think we have to swing up and land in there, but screw that, we can wall jump. And the new energy tank. Yeah, one new thing I learned in an interview about this game is that when they worked on the original Metroid, most of the development staff was actually brand new to working on actual video games. Like Hiroji Kiyotake, the scenario designer, like he actually went to working on Metroid directly from working on the Game & Watch. He had no software experience whatsoever. So it makes it just puts it in perspective how amazing the first game is. They came up with something. Honestly, as far as concept goes, it absolutely stands the test of time and is incredibly important, even if the actual game is kind of clunky. Alright, we got this little divot right here. We can super missile through it. The X-ray scope would show us a big passage going through the bottom of here. Basically, we need to shoot this. Bomb through the wall. You can either... If you try to power bomb jump up to there, you'll actually just hit that little tube that'll carry you safely out. Alright, so I noted earlier this game will actually show you how to do both the super jump and the wave or the wall jump. I'm about to show you where the super jump is. So if you speed boost through this room, you'll hit those blocks, fall through the floor. And oh, hey, it's a buddy. What are you doing, buddy? Yeah, our buddy has the speed booster. There's an energy recharge right here, which is good because the super jump actually will cost energy while it's active. So to actually get out of here, we're gonna have to do what she does, which is run. Well, run, duck, and then jump. Which I'll do this time if I don't screw up. Yeah, that critter is called the Decora. It's actually going to show up in a future game. As far as I know, it's a she, because that will... there's going to be another clue when we see it again, but that little green thing down there is presumably an egg. Which, okay, it could be a male Decora guarding the eggs, but... Okay, so going into this room... Does this room seem familiar? If it does, that's because this is an exact recreation of a room from Metroid 1, namely in Ridley's hideout. And the same thing that was true in that room is true here. This is a trap. We are supposed to just blindly run forward and fall through the floor. We're not going to do that. We're going to jump across and get this. Now, we're about to go into a loop that'll take us really close to this room again, so... Presumably, we're supposed to fall through Psy at the game, and then jump over and get that on the second trip. Okay, there's only one thing in this room, I wasn't sure. Okay, there's a save point in here. If this is your first time playing the game, maybe don't use the save point. Because if you do, and you can't figure out what our critters are about to teach us, you're actually going to be trapped down here. Not completely trapped, but it's actually going to be... It's going to be kind of a pain to get it out of here. I did, in fact... I note this because I did, in fact, get stuck down here for a while when I was a kid. This is totally a... That is totally a zombie Goomy. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Oh, hey, it's some more critters. What are you guys up to? What are you guys doing? Can I do that? Let's see. Oh, yeah, hey, I can. So, once more showing us by example, these guys have the ability to wall jump. They'll actually jump up to the top and then fall down and do it again. Now, if you're not good at wall jumping, you can get out through this one passage. Like, you only have to do this once to proceed, but if you can actually get all the way up here, there's an item over here. The third one will actually show us how to get in there. He will run and jump over. We're going to do the same thing. Run, jump, morph, and through the passage. Okay, thanks guys. These critters are called Edicoons, and like the decor, we are actually going to see these guys again. I honestly really love that, like, there are not many games that have the confidence in themselves to, like, just put some sort of secret technique in here and then show you how to do it, but not actually, like, pop up a tutorial message to tell you. Anyway, here is that room we couldn't get through before. Much like the ice beam, we just need to speed boost through. You'll note that tube down there. We can go through it, but we're going to grab this first. Alright, that's our second reserve tank. We now have a secondary emergency energy capacity of 2 tanks. We don't need them, but they're fun to have. We can roll through here, grab this missile. And because they're not done, there is another missile in here. We just gotta shoot through this wall. And again, you can use the X-ray scope. It'll tell you these are here. It's just gotta occur to you to use this. But yeah, if you haven't noticed yet, the devs absolutely like hiding things in rooms that already have stuff in there. And they're not done yet. You'll note that we appear to be trapped here. If you look up, there's kind of a disconnected block right here. We just shoot straight through it, go through the ceiling. Hello, spammer. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if I can block that without being in the actual website. Alright. Spam, yep. Alright, so we are now going back into criteria. There's going to be a couple more items we can get. And at that point, we are ready to advance the game. Yeah, I'm full up. We might as well shoot those guys. Yeah, the cargo things are actually quite useful because they are one of the few enemies that has a high chance of dropping power bombs. Actually, here, I'll go ahead and show you the statue now that we've taken out Kraid. If you want, you can actually come back here and watch. Each individual boss portion of the statue will go gray. And, you know, yeah, you're right, being the crotch sucks. Ridley's the most important. He gets to be on the top. Shh. Yeah, those are the guys we had to use missiles to destroy before. They are no match for the Spazer. This is honestly one of my favorite parts of Metroid video games, just getting to go back through with all sorts of new abilities and just trivialize old encounters. It's like leveling up, but better. Okay, I'm gonna go back down the escape shaft because there's 2 new items down here. One of these we have to use bombs for, the other we're gonna need to super jump. Yeah. This room right here, this little pedestal, this is where we fought Mother Brain in the original. She's hiding some stuff down here. Why is this down here? Not quite sure. The strategy guide speculates that maybe Mother Brain was trying to stockpile missiles. Okay, on this little ledge right here against the wall, we can roll up, bomb through this. We can actually find this at the beginning, but we can't get through without power bombs and speed booster. So we are going to freeze these guys so they become platforms. Run back, using the run over, and screw up completely. There we go. Right, so once you power up the super jump, you glow for a couple of seconds. You have, I think, 4 or 5 seconds to actually use it, or you will stop glowing and have to get up speed again. So as far as this game's development, there are 2 other people I want to talk about, and those would be the game's composers. This game was composed by Kenji Yamamoto and Minako Himano. They are going to be the primary composers for the rest of the series. Yamamoto attended the Osaka University of Arts. The first game he made at Nintendo was actually Detective Wars, sorry, I'm mixing words together. The Famicom Detective Club, and then the first Famicom Wars title. Aside from... he's worked on a bunch of games, but for the most part he is the sound director. Metroid is one of the few times where he actually decides to be a composer. That's going to include the games that aren't developed directly by Nintendo. Okay, so here's Samus's gunship. We can, if we want to, we can actually come back here at any time. It'll restore all of our items and act as a save point. Okay, so we're able to just run through this wall. There are 2 other items in this area. I'm going to get one. You can technically get both right now, but the other is a giant pain in the butt, so we're not going to do that. Did I get far enough? Nope, missed it. Yeah, so you actually have the ability to super jump in multiple directions. To super jump up at a diagonal, you just need to aim your cannon that way. Nope, screwed up. The other item's actually through that wall up there. Okay, there we go. Did I get far enough? Yes! Okay. Only other way to get this is either to bomb jump up from a ledge that's down there, or use the space jump, which we're not going to get for a while. So yeah, Yamamoto, the art direction for this, he said, is mostly a evolution of the style developed for the first game by Hirokazu Tanaka. Tanaka, you recall, was trying to develop the sound that sounded like a living organism. He also, whenever possible, tried to avoid using melodies, kind of reserving that for the end of the game when you would emerge from the adventure triumphant. He doesn't talk too much about his influences for this game. It's mostly when Yamamoto is interviewed, he seems to go off about sound engineering, which is fun, but not something I really think I can recap very well. Mostly the main anecdote he says about this game is that he composed the original theme while he was riding home on his motorcycle. That being one of the few times that he was able to decompress while working on a game. Apparently he actually pulled over and then tried to transcribe what he thought of real quick. Now, Yamamoto kind of gets all of the credit for the music of this game, which I don't think is really fair. The other composer is, of course, Minako Hamano. She joined Nintendo in 1991. The first game she worked on was Link's Awakening. She did about 2/3 of the soundtrack for that. Other games she's worked on include Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, Brain Age, and she did some of the stuff for Donkey Kong Country Returns. Don't forget her most important credit, Pokemon Puzzle Challenge. I know, I included that just for you. So yeah, Yamamoto did, I think, about 2/3 of the music for this game, but Hamano did all of the boss tracks, including the primary boss theme, which at this point has become Ridley's theme and is probably the single most remixed song in this entire series. So as important as Yamamoto is, he did most of the music for this game, he does most of the stuff in the Prime series. Hamano probably has the single most enduring track from this series, so I think she gets credit for that. Alright, so we have crossed over into what is referred to as the wrecked ship. And it is very wrecked. The power is currently off. Yeah, there's a save point right here. Can't use it, power's off. Couple of recharge stations, there's the map station. Can't use any of them. So we're gonna have to turn the power back on before we do anything. Also, fun times, this place is infested with ghosts. This little side passage is one of the few things we can actually access with the lights off, and it's actually a very good idea to come in here first, because right now with the power off, you can see that all this freaking spike traps are off too. Like, we can actually stand on these and they won't do any damage. But aside from that, everywhere else in here is a dead end currently. We're going to need to go downward, turn the dang power back on, and then we can make some progress. Get ye gone, ghosts. Some sort of robot right there. Bump through the wall right here. Here's one of those boss doors again. It is confrontation time. Hello? Anybody here? Yes, no? Just some mysterious fire? Oh boy. Alright, this guy right here is called Fantoon, and right now we can't do anything to him. All we can do is destroy his fireballs. Just gotta wait until he does that. Only time we can actually hurt this guy is when he has his stupid eye open. For the most part for this fight, you're going to want to use either the charge beam or missiles. You can use super missiles, but he does not like that, and I'll show you why. So if you hit him with a super missile, he will do this. He will appear at the top of the screen and shoot waves of fireballs at you. I really don't have the timing down on how to do this, so usually I don't. I lied, I'm actually going to use our reserve tanks. Just so I don't die from that little... See? Ah, missed. If you don't hit him at all, he'll actually reappear a second time. Yeah, he'll slowly get faster, but his pattern stays the same throughout. He'll appear for a minute, open his eye, disappear, and then open his eye again, at which point you got a small opportunity to hit him. Come on, where are you? Okay, he's starting to change colors. We've almost got him. Most of this fight is just trying to kind of manage his projectiles while being prepared to shoot him with missiles at a moment's notice. Come on, buddy, where are you? Okay, we got him. Get ye gone, Spectre. It's not really explained how, but Fantoon is actually the thing that's draining the ship's power, so... With him gone, all the lights and stuff come back on, all the little critters activate. These robots are fun, they're completely indestructible, but if you shoot them, they'll wander back and forth. There's actually going to be a couple puzzles that use these guys. Okay, so map station is back on. This is actually a very short area. We're going to get one significant upgrade in here and then head on to the next section, which will be the second to last. Let's see. These guys are kind of annoying. You need to use either charge shots or missiles to destroy them. The robots are kind of cute. If they wander over the edge, you'll see that they kind of look down and are like, nope, I don't want to go down there. You have to actually shoot them to make them fall down. Okay, so there's a bunch of little passages right here. The correct one is the second from the bottom, netting us a new super missile. And these things, which are presumably the ship's energy cells or something, I like the fact they have these weird little nuclei in them that makes them look like Metroids. There's basically no information to go off of in the actual game as to what the deal with the ship is, but the usual fan theory is that this was actually a Chozo ship. Specifically, it was the ship they used to get to Planet Zebes in the first place, at which point they were kind of stranded here, which is basically why they established a colony here to begin with. They weren't stranded here forever, obviously, because they were able to come pick up Samus and whatnot, but... yeah, see this room? This room sucks with the power on. Get that missile first. Can't get through that passage yet. We're missing an item. If we want to use it, the save point is active, otherwise we're going to keep heading upwards. Shooting these little stupid drones. Okay. Super missiles in here. Got a new variety of Key Hunter, and these guys actually hit pretty hard. It's best to use super missiles. And we actually need to kill all of them because otherwise the doors are locked. I hit the left side first because the right side is the door we actually need to go through. Got conveyor belts and spikes along with the little robots. The most useful thing here to do with the robots is to shoot them so they fall into these little passages, or the little pits, so we can use them as platforms. Sorry guys, you're the ones that are in the way, not me. It's not my fault that your creators filled this thing with death traps. Alright, coming back through, we're gonna kill everything again. Luckily, this is the last time we have to deal with these. Right. We're outside the ship now and in the upper portion of Criteria. I'm going to show you guys what's probably the most obnoxious missile in the game. Looking for a critter first. Alright, so this area has these tripper guys who are flying back and forth. Most of them aren't here for any particular purpose. You'll notice butt missile, yep, they got rocket butts. I'm not 100% certain if these guys are organic or if they're some sort of drones. Anyway, you notice this guy at the very top of the screen. We need him to take us over to that little stretch of wall right there where there's a missile. Now, as far as I can tell, this guy does not move unless he's on the screen, so normally you have to sit here and jump up and down and ferry him over to the side where you can get on and then let him come back, and we're not going to do that. We can actually get up there by super jumping. Let's see, I believe it's right here. Right up. Get this real quick. There we go. And I don't know the exact spacing, but you can probably diagonal jump up here too. Yeah, that's very clever, and I'm sure the devs were very proud of themselves for putting that up there. Okay, so there's another missile down here. Whatever you do, you don't want to go in that little passage to the lower right, because if you do, there's actually a trick block in there that'll dump you out at the beginning of the area. You'd have to go through the whole ship again. Which I might have to anyway, because I'm out of missiles. And I'm gonna have to do this anyway because I accidentally ran completely out of super missiles and can't get back through that block. Yay, time wasting. Alright, it won't take us too long to get back up there. Okay, hello wrecked ship. You're very nice. Sorry wrecked ship. In a hurry. Sorry orb guys. No time to play. Hello Key Hunter. Goodbye Key Hunter. Okay, phew. That didn't take too long. Okay, so we're gonna back where that missile was. There is a secondary place where we're gonna shoot through the floor. Gonna be over here. Let us get into this little passage right here. There is a nest right here. I'm gonna farm these guys for just a minute just to see if I can get at least a couple of super missiles back. Alright, so heads up, in the next room there is a puzzle. As a kid, I could not figure out said puzzle, which is why my parents had to go buy me the strategy guide. Because I'm a cruel, cruel mistress, I'm just gonna sit there and you guys are gonna have to figure out how to get through for me. Sorry, isn't audience participation fun? Anyway, the door locks, so we are actually trapped in this room unless we figure it out. Just gotta swing across. You'll notice these cracked blocks. If you hang on them too long, they'll actually break. Okay, we got this Jozo statue. It's standing right here. Doesn't react to being shot. Okay, chat, what the hell do we do right here? Gonna pause just so the timer stops. Can you go inside the cracked blocks? Nope. They are marked as impassable, and they'll disappear long enough to drop you, but they'll regenerate almost immediately, so you don't actually have time to try and do that. Yeah, see. I'll give you a hint. We need to interact with the statue in some fashion. Give it a hug. Hi, buddy. Nope. Alright, think about how to yell at it. Open! Do as I say! Open, Sesame! Nope. Sesame! Nope. Alright, another hint. Think about how we usually interact with Chozo statues. What are they usually doing? Can't blow it up. Holding a thing, yeah. What kind of thing specifically? Morph ball. Yep, they're usually Yep. Good job, chat. We have to pretend to be an item ball. We roll up in his hand. He grabs us, and he's gonna activate. Yeah, like, it makes perfect sense if you think about it long enough. You just have to let him do what he was designed for, but it was a bit too obtuse for me to figure out as a kid, so... He carries us through the room, takes us through a secret passage, and with that, his job is done. There's a secret passage down here, but first we're gonna come in here. And here's our significant pickup, the gravity suit. And once again, it is fashion time. Samus is now a snazzy shade of purple. This is another armor upgrade. At this point, we're going to take 25% damage from basically everything. Much like the various suit, it also has a secondary function. Would you like to guess what that is? I'm gonna do this puzzle real quick, but we're about to find out either way. Okay, so we need to push these guys into these holes. Grab this missile. Now, we know that the devs like to hide multiple items in item rooms, so if we scan this statue, we can actually blow it up. You here? We've now got this nice passage. Super jump up here. Be careful not to fall in this little hole or else we'll have to come back. And here is our third reserve tank of 4. Okay, so next to where we got the gravity suit, there was another door that I didn't go through. Let's go do that now. And we're about to have a literal sink or swim moment. Here. Wait. Okay. Thanks, game. Thanks for dropping us in the water, and... yeah, literal sink or swim. The primary function of the gravity suit, aside from damage reduction, is we are now able to move 100% normally in water. With that, we're actually done here. We're going to head back through a flooded passage on the wrecked ship and onward to a next area. I honestly think that's a pretty clever way of doing that. I mean, they had to sit and think, okay, how do we teach the player that the gravity suit lets you move in water without just telling them? Well, let's just immediately throw them in a body of water and they'll figure it out. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know if Sakamoto is a very good parent. Okay, the rest of this place is flooded, but that's no big deal now. That door to the right's gonna take us out of here. We need to go up first. These platforms, if you just try to jump straight across, you'll hit the ceiling, so you want to let them drop down a little bit. Here's an energy tank with a standing statue. This guy actually doesn't do anything. So, way to establish a pattern and then break it, guys. And there's actually nothing else in this room. I guess they figured that making you go through the ceiling to even find this was enough. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm getting a little bit perched. You'll note that blue passage that we didn't explore. Up in that upper section of criteria, there's another door we can go through. All that would do is show us where the reserve tank is, but otherwise be a dead end. Alright, once more, big body of water. These guys are called shoots. I think they're related to the shoot leeches that are endemic to planet SR388. You can either go across these platforms or go through the water. Also the ladders. I'm not following. Here's some more cargos, which is... It was a shoots and ladders pun. Ah, gotcha. Come on, guys. No, we don't want energy. We want super missiles. Eh, whatever. We'll be okay. Alright, here's a big stupid maze room. Require infrequent use of the X-ray scope to get through. I'm just gonna go right through it. So you're gonna come over here, shoot a hole in this part of the ceiling, jump up, and go straight through. It was very nice of them to make this big old stupid complicated room and then have the solution be so obvious. Alright, onward to the next area. Would you guys like to guess what this area is full of? Butts. Yes. Desert conditions. No. Your sarcasm, however, is correct. Sadness. Yep. I'll give you that. There is a significant amount of sadness in here. There are some very annoying sections. Sour cream dip. Potentially, yes. Get the chips. Alright. Yep, you'll notice the section is flooded because we are in tropical, very wet Meridia. Which is our third new area for the game. And actually technically the last new area in the game. We're not quite done yet, but the other new sections we visit are going to involve backtracking. Ah! That yapping mom was being very rude, but it did us the favor of showing us very quickly that in some places, we can go through the quicksand. Come on, give me super missiles. What are you guys called? Oh, there we go. They're called Zoas. They're the same as basically all the other critters that come out of little nests, other than the fact that they will come in these little groups. So yeah, this whole area is flooded. We absolutely need the gravity suit to get through here. In the upper right up here, there is a metal door that we actually can't get through until we complete the entire area, so we're gonna go this way. Whee! Okay, we're now in the bottom half of the area. Bomb through right here. We can go right here, but I'm not going to because we can't actually get anything over there yet. These critters right here are called Evirs. And small spoiler, these guys are babbies. I'll let you puzzle out what that means. Alright, see this broken tube here? This is a clue that we don't necessarily know the significance of yet. If we go left, we're gonna hit a gate. We actually need to go down to the floor here. Okay, here's our map station, showing us the new map. I'm gonna point something out here. You'll see the pink path. This is the route we've taken to get through here so far. Here's where we are right now at the bracket. You'll note in the bottom left, you see those 3 pink rooms? Somehow we have been there before, even though they're not part of the path we just took. I don't know if the devs expected you to notice that. I kind of think they did, because they show you the map immediately, but that is going to become very significant in a second. Okay, and look sharp, chat, because in a second you're gonna have to figure out what the heck we do next. And we drop through this passage, and suddenly we are back at the elevator to Norfair. We have been dumped back in the Brinstar, or have we? You'll note that little 3-room dotted passage. These 3 rooms right here are not actually considered to be part of Brinstar. This is Meridia right here. These rooms right here are very significant. We are going to have to figure out what the heck is going on with this little strip of rooms if we want to make any more progress. This is the room where we found the Spazer. So we got little nondescript room. We have this tube. And nondescript little room where there's a secret passage in the ceiling that we drop through. We can actually get back up through here if we really want to. But we can't go back because of that super missile gate. Okay, chat, I believe in you. What the hell do we do here to progress? The game has given us 2 big clues. Any guesses? Yes! 5 gold stars to Kino. You are right on the first try. So how do we blow up the tube? Missiles won't do it. Super missiles won't do it. Regular bombs won't do it. However, we have a particularly destructive piece of ordnance at our disposal. Set a power bomb. Freeze a second. Bam! So yeah, the game highlights those 3 rooms, indicating that they're important. It shows us a wrecked tube immediately before we get here. And continuing with the trend of showing us rooms connected to places we can go to, they were blue a second ago, but there is the map station will show us a room immediately to the north and south of that particular tube. So yeah, I mean, that's a little bit obtuse, but I think they did a fairly good job trying to signal to you what you need to do. Alright, so there's one more item to get right here. We are going to need the super jump for it. I'm going to call this maybe the second most annoying missile in the game. I probably wouldn't have thought about it at all if you hadn't posed the question directly, lol. I mean, if we hadn't, I mean, like, we have to go through that passage, it guides us here, and then it closes the door behind us. Now, at this point, like, we could go run through Norfair. There's a couple other places we could get to with the gravity suit, but eventually we would be forced to come back here and try to figure out, okay, how the heck do we get to the rest of Meridia? Anyway, in the next room there is a super jump puzzle. I'll show you how to do it. We need to come in here, we need to get the super jump charged, we need to come to this little piece of grass right here, we need to go straight up. Alright, if we were to come back, or if we'd seen that initially, we would see a missile just sitting in the ceiling right there. You could scan it with the X-ray visor. It'd show you a super missile block, or not a super missile, a speed booster block, and then it would leave it to you to figure out how to do that. I really hate that one. It's kind of fiddly since you only have a couple seconds to activate the super jump once it's charged. You have to stand in exactly the right place, and I'm actually surprised I got that in the first try. If we had gone right in that adjacent room, you would see another missile we can't quite get to. To actually get to it, we're going to have to drop down, go through the wall. Yeah, I'll be honest, guys, I'm not sure how hard this area actually is. Like, as you recall, I got stuck at that Chozo statue, and I needed the strategy guide to make any progress. And after that, I had the strategy guide, which conveniently pointed out where all these items are, so... These pink guys are indestructible, so we're just gonna ignore them. There's a secret passage right here. Oh hey, Babbies! Hi, Babbies! And Mama. Mama gets angry. If you just ignore that turtle, she's gonna go back and forth, but if you jump on her, she will go straight up, taking you up to this energy tank. Alright, so in this room, there is another one of what the wiki calls the bastard missiles. It's in the wall just below us. Easiest way to get to it, shoot power bomb, and then just drop straight down. This one I think is legitimately unfair because I don't know how you would see that square even using the X-ray scope, except for maybe just riding on the turtle all over the room. and then it's kind of a pain to get to. You can't really see it normally, so... That one I think is fair to call bullshit on. Okay, these little guys are called scissors. This little floating weird guy is called a poamp. And I don't know why, because he doesn't appear to be made of metal, but you can use him as a grappling beam point. Which we're going to have to get through here. Couple doors on the bottom, and then the ceiling is full of grappling points, which we're going to have to use to get through here. You kind of got to get the hang of the grappling beam at this point, because you're going to have to grapple onto those individual squares. Okay, there's another kind of unfair secret right there. Well, maybe not, because you see, if you just sat here for a couple seconds, you would see that guy, that scissor pop in the view and then leave, hinting that passage was down there. But otherwise, you're going to come in here, you're going to see this... The only available way to go is up. Viridia just loves secret passages. There's another one right here. Yeah, Meridia is a weird area. Like, I really like both pieces of music. I think both of them very much encapsulate that kind of weird organic feel that Hip Tanaka was going for. Conceptually, it's a neat area, but there's stuff hidden all sorts of weird places. I wouldn't be shocked if this is the last thing they finished in this game and we're just completely exhausted. There's 2 missile upgrades in here. And this room, you have to go through a secret passage to get through it, and then you'll come over here and seemingly dead end. At which point you'll be like, okay, what's even here? And probably use the X-ray scope and notice that little passage. Now, if you guys haven't caught on yet, I think this game is absolutely freaking phenomenal. I completely sincerely think that this is the greatest game of all time, and I'm not the only person to think that. But I will freely admit that this area kind of sucks. That's okay, the one after it will make up for it. What, you like this game? Is the other person Jeremy Parrish? Yes. I think Jeremy Parrish is the only person on this planet who likes this game more than I do. Yeah, Jeremy Parrish is the guy who runs the Retronauts podcast and also happens to own Metroidvania.com. He's made several episodes about this game on his podcast and on his YouTube channel. He's written several glowing reviews. Okay, there's a super jump right here. What the hell? Okay, that has never happened before. Little jerk. Okay, the little jerk snails are called yards. Basically, they do this. You shoot them, you can't hurt them. If you hit them with the right thing when they have their heads poking out, you can actually destroy them. You'll note that he just intercepted my super jump. That has never happened to me before. Yeah, since I'm talking about him, Parrish's history with this game is that it actually came out when he was in college, at which point he'd kind of gotten disillusioned with video games. Like, I mean, he was an adult at that point. Like, he really loved the NES, but he'd kind of thought he'd seen everything that that system and video games in general really had to show him. If I'm not completely forgetting, he ended up playing this on Christmas break, and it kind of single-handedly reignited his love of video games. Oh, hey. Guys, are these Metroids? There's only supposed to be one Metroid. That's wrong. Hey guys, what's up with... Oh. I can just jump away from these guys. What's up? Yeah, you'll note these guys, like... If you've studied the design, real Metroids have 3 nuclei inside of them. These guys only have 1. They don't have enough eyes. Yes, exactly. Real Metroids have 3 nuclei. These only have 1. These guys are called Metroids. And they are basically failed Metroid clones. Metfrods, yes. Yeah, they're kind of sad. These are basically some sort of failed clones. But they're the first indication we have that Mother Brain is doing something bad with our kid. This is our, I think, 3rd mini-boss. His name is Batwoon. His body is indestructible. Basically, you just have to let him swim around and then shoot him in the head whenever it appears. He's pretty easy to just shoot him with like 10 super missiles and he goes down. Okay, this room right here, there's some quicksand. If we fall in this, we're gonna get sucked in the other area. You look right here, these are our speed booster blocks, indicating we need to use it to get through here. So basically just run. Run across the sand like it's not there. We passed an energy tank on the way over. To get to it, we need to go through the ceiling. Bomb our way up. Right here, you need to bomb up again. If you go left, it's just gonna unceremoniously drop you into the drink. Yeah, again, Aunt Kitty's rule of finding things in video games, look for things that stand out. There's just this inviting little ledge right here with a 1-block opening that just says, hey, if you're paying attention, you can obviously morph ball through here. More Metroids. There's a secret room over here. I'm going to show it to you. I'm not going to go through it, because it's full of these things. These are called Ovids. They roll around and they stick their tongue on you, and they're very annoying to get by. And the only thing on the other side of here is a missile refill chamber, and we're good on missiles. I am not going to go through there. Oh, I kind of skipped through here. These sideways grapple beam points, yeah, use them to jump up. Kinda neat. Roly-poly assholey, yes, exactly. That is their canon name from now on. But yeah, Mother Brain is currently down in her lair trying to clone our kids, or or just our one kid, and these are all the failed experiments. They've just sort of been turned loose here for some reason. Okay, pause for 1 second so I can drink some water. Alright, so we are almost to the boss of Meridia. A guy named Dragon. So there are two ways to defeat Dragon. One, the correct way, which is kind of a pain in the butt. There is also a secret way, which will kill him almost instantly. Which way do you guys want me to go? 95% of the time I use the secret way, but it's up to you. 2 votes for secret, okay. And yeah, there are sort of clues that you can do this, but I'll again be honest, the way that I know this is here is because I had the strategy guide. Which I think is just fine, because it's a secret. Yeah, for this room, you're supposed to... Here, I'll show you. You're supposed to very carefully go through here with the grapple beam. At this point, you kind of have to master it. You're going to have to swing up here, grapple... Missed it. Okay. Swing up here, grab on that block, jump up, swing over here. Since we're kind of on a time limit, I hope you guys will forgive me if I just sort of wall jumped all the way through that. Okay, there's an energy recharge station, which we don't need. Okay, this room has 2 secrets in it. Supposed to use a grapple beam, just whoop. I already gave the secret away. If you fall down, you'll note that these spikes right here are completely fake. There's a missile over here. And this little patch is sticking out. If you've been paying a lot of attention, you'll have noticed that most of the spikes in this game actually will move. They'll just kind of go up and down. These ones are completely stationary, which is the hint that they are fake. Otherwise, you'll get to this room, there'll be nothing in it, you'll use the x-ray visor and notice, oh hey. It outright tells you this is down here. So we're gonna fall down, reach a boss room, and here we go. Okay, so the secret way of killing this boss requires some prep before he gets here. First off, we've got these little turrets on the walls. We're gonna shoot these. Okay. Yeah, see the Veers, the guys I know said are babbies. We're about to meet Mama. I learned very recently, apparently the pattern these guys are taking is it was like one of the dev's girlfriend. Like, he just kind of coded it in here. Anyway, here's Dragon. We're supposed to shoot him in the tummy and avoid this particular attack. If we get hit by those gloves, he's going to grab us and then sit and abuse us. We can't get out until he gets to the top, so we're going to take a bunch of damage. Now, I've equipped the grappling beam. We're trying to wait until he gets very close to the wall. I'm gonna use it to grab onto one of the destroyed turrets and very quickly electrocute him to death. Yeah, that is so much faster than trying to fight him the normal way. Well, that thing is gross. Yes, it's very gross. I'm not displeased that we electrocuted it to death. Okay, you'll note that this room, you basically can't get out of it. I'm not sure I could even wall jump out. We're gonna go through here. And here is our second to last ability, the space jump. Can't remember if there's something in here. I don't think there is. Okay, if you recall this from Metroid 2, it does the same thing here. Whenever we do a spinning jump, we now have the ability to basically jump infinitely in midair. Once again, the timing on this is kind of fiddly. You have to jump just as you're descending from the peak of your jump. Like, if you wait until you almost hit the ground, it's not going to let you do it again. There's definitely a rhythm to it. Like, I've more or less got down how to use this, but I also will screw up fairly often. The main drawback with this is that if you shoot in midair, you'll stop spinning, and from there you just can't space jump until you hit the ground. There isn't really a workaround for that. You just got to be careful. Our next game is actually going to introduce a very elegant solution for that. So anyway, this door right here was locked until we killed Dragon. There are 2 other locked doors that unlock. This one right here is mostly just a secret passage. Yeah. We've got more cat attacks again. These ones are purple. For some reason, I think this is the enemy that has the most color variations in the whole game. Alright, if you remember this room, this is where we got dragged by that yapping mob almost immediately after getting Meridia. That cactus passage will actually just take us between the end and the beginning of the area. And we want to be here because there is a very useful upgrade up here. This door was locked before and would have been a pain in the butt to get into without the space jump anyway. Yeah, the game expects you to learn how to space jump real dang quick because, like, things like platforms are about to go away. I'm gonna come back in this room to show you something. These little goop enemies right here, this is the only room in the entire game these things exist in. They don't do anything other than hurt you on contact. You just see these, laboriously shoot through them, go to the next room. We got pinks. Oh, I lied. You can destroy these with the charge shop. We don't need to. Anyway, we're gonna come over here. And here's our final beam upgrade, the plasma beam. Plasma beam does 2 things. 1, it does a ton of damage. Like, let me double check. Alright, so the combined wave, ice, and spacer beam does 100 damage. This thing does 300 damage, the exact same amount of damage as a actual super missile. The charged version does as much damage as 3 super missiles. And secondly, when this thing hits enemies, it'll actually have a piercing effect. So I had to laboriously shoot through these things a couple seconds ago. Now it just takes one shot to destroy all of them. So one strange thing, I said most of the beams stack. This is the exception. You can use the plasma beam or you can use the spacer beam. You can't use both. I can't think of a reason why you would want to use the spacer after this point, unless you had somehow missed the wave beam. Let me show you the basic version. Yeah, the basic plasma will actually just shoot the single projectile. You have to have the wave beam equipped for it to shoot two. But with the wave beam equipped, it basically covers the exact same amount of area as the spacer, so yeah, there's really no reason to switch back unless you somehow only got those two beams. No, I'm trying to go down. Okay, so it is a very good thing that the secret passage is here, because there are two item rooms hidden under quicksand that we're actually going to have to take 2 trips to get. It probably would have been more efficient to hit one of the first rooms, then get the plasma beam, then come back, but just getting the plasma beam as soon as possible makes everything so much easier. Okay, so we're gonna come here. We're gonna deliberately get sucked under the quicksand. Just because this saves us a couple seconds. We're gonna come back here with the room with the little snails. Over here, there's a little pipe section that tells us we can go through the floor. There are 2 bits of quicksand right here. We're able to fall into both of them. Each of them leads to a separate secret area. We're gonna have to go through here twice. Each little secret room has 2 different items. I believe this one has a missile and a power bomb. The other has a missile and the last reserve tank. I think this is the second most efficient way you could do this. Basically, we're going to stop, we're going to get one more optional ability, and then we'll go back. And after that, we are done with Meridia, and we never have to come back. Okay, so right here, that is the only grapple beam block in the entire game that won't regenerate. We need to come up through this passage. And even with the space jump, I will frequently wall jump up passages or vertical shafts just because it's easier to do. Oops, I shot him. This guy's name is the Shack Tool. You're not supposed to shoot him, because we can't get through him if we do. Okay, what we're supposed to do, we're supposed to not shoot him. We're gonna set off this power bomb. Destroy this wall for us. And then this guy is actually our friend. He's going to sit and laboriously deal through all the sand for us. Yeah, there is no other way through this room. So you would be stuck here until you notice that this enemy, when you come through, is moving away from you and otherwise can't do anything to harm you. Other than running into him. Okay, now we can kill him. I know, I'm horribly ungrateful. Okay, we have to go through this stupid morph ball maze. Don't go over there because it's a dead end. At least you can see it before you go through it. And here's the spring ball, which gives us the ability to jump while we're in morph ball mode. I really wish this was given to you earlier in the game because it would make getting through all sorts of areas so much easier. Okay, at this point we have every single upgrade in the game aside from just missile expansions and whatnot, except for one. We're going to get to it fairly shortly, as soon as we get out of Meridia. It is an item we've had before. Probably you guys can figure it out just through process of elimination. Okay, we're gonna come back here, we're gonna go up. Whee! I like the way that going through that little vacuum tube or whatever it is, for a split second you can see one of the Metroids. Which I think gives you a little what the hell was that moment the first time you're coming through. At least if you're paying attention. I don't think I ever noticed that until someone pointed it out to me, so... Hello, cat attacks. You're a very lovely shade of plum this year. Hello, Metroids. You are terrible abominations and I'm going to kill you. I'm sorry. I'm going to take this shortcut again, but this time I'm going to do it the efficient way. Incidentally, those guys drop power bombs very frequently if you're low. Kind of a pain to actually collect them though, so... Okay, so again, there's two quicksand pits. We've gone through the first one. Here's the second one. And I went to the right one first, partly because it's closer, and partly because this one's really annoying to get without the spring ball. Right, we're gonna come over here. Gonna drop through here. Is this wrong in order? Yes, I did, okay. No, we need to come through from the other side, sorry. Okay, jump up here, we shoot this. And Now, this block is going to break. If we step on it, we're going to need to get up into this vertical passage. I'm not sure if you can do this without the spring ball. You could probably, like, somersault jump around the corner and then morph ball in midair and get it, but... honestly, you can get the spring ball first, and that makes it so much easier, so let's not do that. Okay, so we're going to go back through that passage that dumps us off by Brinstar, where we had to figure out about the pipe that we needed to blow up. Conveniently, that actually dumps us right next to the elevator to Norfair, which is where we need to go back. Okay, so we're going to have to go back through Norfair, then we're going to do some cleanup, pick up some remaining items, and then we're on to the final confrontation of this game. And we have to hope I manage to remember where all the items are. Because I did a test run and managed to get 100%, but... I mean, as you've seen, there's lots of weird little fiddly missiles that are hidden in all sorts of weird little locations. And if I missed one, I am not going to make you guys watch me go back through the entire rest of the game and try to figure out where it was. Let's see, nope. That takes us back towards Crocomire. Am I misremembering? Yes, I am. Okay, I thought there was a secret passage right there, but no. I was thinking a different one. Ugh, okay, sorry. I went the wrong way, but this will get us to where we need to go. I feel bad for those guys, like, being frozen by the ice beam can't possibly be fun, but being frozen by the ice beam when you're literally made of fire is... ugh. Alright, so we can reach this room as soon as we have the power bombs, but we can't do anything with it. You see, you've got this lava down here, we've got this little passage. Yeah, we can see where we need to go, but the game wants us to go through a freaking lake of lava. Is that something we can do? Actually, yes. Because, fun fact, the secondary ability of the gravity suit is to let you go through regular old lava like it's nothing. As you do. Can you get through that without the gravity suit? Actually, yes. I've actually had to before on a randomizer. The gravity suit was gated past that. So basically you have to go through the lava and then very carefully wall jump up a couple of spots, all while you're trying to deal with the water physics and also the fact that you're in lava and you're slowly dying. Oh, if you guys can, I would suggest cranking up the volume. Because this is probably the best track in this game. Alright, welcome to Scenic Lower Norfair. Remember how we went through the lava? Can't do this anymore. This is super lava. Okay, so we're gonna go left here. We are going to carefully jump across this lake of lava. You can see something embedded in the wall. We're going to dislodge it with a power bomb. You already know what to do with this guy. I'm not going to make you figure it out again. Okay, we'll go down through here. More of those Magdalite guys. These enemies are called Holts. They were also featured in Ridley's Lair in the original. Okay, we don't want to fall down there yet, because this is a one-way passage. We're going to very careful jump. Okay, yes. Phew. If you screw up right there, you're going to have to take a big loop and come back here, so let's not do that. Okay, so we're going to go through here and... Nope. Oh. Hello. Alright, remember our friend the chorizo from the beginning of the game? Well, this is the golden chorizo, and he is upgraded. He is actually so upgraded that he can cheat in several ways, as I'm going to show you. Chorizo, yes. Your immediate inclination might be to shoot him with super missiles. Well, he can freaking catch them. You can still use missiles on him, but you basically have to shoot him while he's occupied by catching your first one. If you try to use regular missiles, he does this. He just freaking dodges them. So the best way to do this is to actually use the charge beam. Now at this point, our fully charged plasma beam will actually do 900 damage, as much as 3 super missiles, so... Samus is a beast at this point. Incidentally, the first chorizo will actually do that energy wave attack, but I almost never see him actually do it. Oh no, it's shooting its babies at us. Yeah, not a big deal, just pump it full of plasma and it goes down pretty quick. So up here in the ceiling where he appeared from, you can actually power bomb get through here and get a super missile. I think that was our last super missile, and we're at the max of 50. Did you guess the missing item? Here it is right here, and it is the screw attack. The screw attack turns our somersault jump into a destructive maelstrom of energy. So our regular beam right now does 300 damage. The screw attack does 2,000 damage on contact. It's going to kill basically any other enemy in this game in one hit. It's also been upgraded to have a mobility function. Any block that you can bomb through, you can break through with the screw attack. Alright, in case you didn't know what the screw attack does, it's going to give you this room full of Ripper 2s. These things used to pretty much be indestructible, now we just tear through them like frickin' tissue paper. Alright, so that new ability of the screw attack, we're going to need it right here because it is the only way to get through these columns quickly. I hope you guys like lava, because here in Lower Norfair there is so much lava. Alright, these here space pirates are gold. They're immune to uncharged plasma beams. But either a charged shot or the screw attack will just destroy them pretty easily. There's a secret through the ceiling up here. We've almost found all the items in this game. This one is kind of annoying. We need to shoot through here. There's this little passage right here. We can bomb through this, but most of it is fall through blocks. So we need to carefully bomb through just this one right here, and then go right. For obvious reasons, this is referred to as the Mickey Mouse room. Go back. Man, to think, if Mother Brain had stuck these here golden space pirates at the beginning of the game, we probably would have been screwed. Alright, you want lava? Here's some more lava. Gotta get through this room as quickly as possible before we melt. You can either platform through this normally or use the screw attack. It kinda depends on how adept you are at space jumping. Okay, we can shoot through the floor right here as evidenced by these little blocks. We're gonna grab a power-up real quick and come back. Now, the game has already told us that giant stone mouths are a thing we can go through. So we can just destroy that, run through here. We got more of those fireflies just to be a pain in the butt. Otherwise, here is one of our final few energy tanks. Okay, I think we're good on energy tanks. There are 3 left, and I know where all of them are, so... Yeah, if we miss anything, it's gonna be one of those frickin' missiles. To go with our gold space pirates, we have these here red key hunters. Or you can shoot them with a couple charge shots, or you can just screw attack them either way. Yeah, I love the difficulty curve in this game. Like, this is basically the final area. It's supposed to be the most taxing place in the entire game, but with all of these upgrades, we are basically indestructible. This area is still hard if you aren't careful, but it has more than given us enough tools to deal with it. Here's the D-Skigas, coming in extra large versions. Even in big mode, these guys aren't very scary. Okay, this is... Yeah, it's our second to last power bomb. The head on the statue right here is broken, and you can see that passage down there. We just need to power bomb through this. I don't think there's any way to get through this passage quicker. You just gotta wait. Okay, these guys suck. These are the silver space pirates, and I can't do anything to these guys. But we also can't get through this room without killing them. So you notice how that guy turned gold after doing that jump kick? Right when he does that, he is vulnerable for a couple of seconds. Basically, we have to kind of try to bait them into doing that, shoot them a couple times, and then they get destroyed. Yeah, we are almost to Ridley. I think the implication these guys are like his elite bodyguards or something. They're mostly just kind of a weird puzzle enemy. Alright. So we've got a couple of recharge points right here. If you happen to get here and you're low on items, absolutely take a couple minutes to farm, because we're going to need them. Alright, there's a boss door. You guys know what this means, right? Alright. Oh, hi Ridley. Hey Ridley, where's our fucking kid? Guys, I don't think he's gonna tell us. We're gonna have to beat it out of him. Alright, so yeah, he's going to dive around, he'll use his tail, he'll shoot fireballs at us. If you get here and only have a couple of energy tanks, this is honestly a hard fight, but... otherwise, what you want to do is just unload super missiles in him. Ah, let me go. Yeah, if you've gotten this far and paying attention, he's honestly not too bad. Go through here. Remember this capsule? Imagine those in here. Obviously, it's long gone. But aside from this little story beat, there's an energy tank and not much else. And with that, we have killed all 4 primary bosses in this game. The path to Mother Brain is clear. We just gotta get back out of here. It's kind of another illustration of the power curve in this game. We fought Ridley once back at the very beginning when we had nothing. He kicked our butts. Now, at full power, Samus just kind of scoffs at him. Incidentally, I was not able to do it, but that very first fight with Ridley at the beginning of the game, you can technically win that if you can hit him 100 times before he drops you below 30 energy. He will actually drop the hatchling's pod, but then he'll swoop down and grab it. It's doable, but it's very RNG, because it's dependent on what attacks he does, because that one where he just sort of rams at you, you can dodge that, but very infrequently. He's normally got 3 moves. He will ram you, he will shoot fireballs at you, and then he will dive around the room and try to hit you with his tail. The ram is impossible to dodge. The others aren't too bad. If he primarily does the other 2 moves, you can get him, but basically all he decided to do was ram me, so I was pretty much completely out of luck. So you want to hope that he does attacks you can actually dodge. The other thing you'll need to do is that if he hits you with his tail, you'll take 15 damage. His body and head only do 5, so even if he rams you, you're going to want to try to time it so that if you have to take damage, you're hitting the tail. Okay. So this room right here, we can't get through from this direction. This looks like a dead end. Alright, I'm gonna show you the one absolutely dick move in the entire game. So, you see that wall on the other side? Scan that with the X-ray visor. Okay, there's nothing here. You can't see through it, right? Wrong. That is a secret passage. Now, I think it's kind of obvious that something is up when you get to this little vertical tube and there's no way to progress. Yeah, that secret passage right there, that is the only time in the entire game where there is something you can go through or destroy that does not show up on the X-ray visor. Okay, this is a little puzzle. Basically, you want the spring ball for here. We need to jump through here. But if we touch the blocks at the bottom, we'll fall through. Basically, just kind of need to hold the jump button and hold right, and you'll jump through. Alright, here is our last power bomb. Okay, I think we are good for 100%. We are at 215 missiles, the max is 230. There are 3 missile tanks left, and I know where all of them are. Another kind of little tedious secret. You'll notice the break in the pattern of tiles on the left side here. We can actually blow through that square right here, move through, and here's a missile. And that is every single item that's actually in Norfair. There is going to be 1 energy tank that's in Brinstar. We're going to pick that up on the way back. And 2 missiles that are in Criteria. Okay, you'll note the music has changed. That's because we are back in regular old Norfair. Right down below us is the room where the wave beam is. If you really wanted to, you could actually discover that little secret passage and go through it earlier in the game, but on one side there is one-way blocks, so you can find it, but it's not actually a secret backdoor into Norfair. Seriously, look at us at full power. We can destroy basically everything in lava. Lava's a joke. We don't care about lava. Incidentally, here's that missile that was in the lava before. This is probably the time you'd want to grab it if you weren't trying to grab everything at the earliest possible opportunity. Well, I say we've got all the items, but we have been low on super missiles ever since the wrecked ship, so I think we're up to the maximum of 50, but I can't actually see that. We're gonna have to get back to the ship and recharge before I'll know for sure, because I'm not gonna sit and farm for 30 missiles. Okay, so we're done in Norfair. We are back in Brinstar. And incidentally, the Yapping Maws are the most powerful enemy in the entire game, because they're one of the few things that can actually knock Samus out of the screw attack. Hello, Vertical Tube. Nice to see you again. Freeze enemies? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think I will. Captain Samus is too old for this shit. Okay, so I'm going to grab the last energy tank in Brinstar. Show where it is in just a second. I'll take a shortcut back to Criteria. So this is where we got the charge beam before. We need power bombs to even get into here, but that's not even enough either, because this little room's full of water. Use the speed booster, run through the wall right here. Here's our energy tank. So yeah, you can get in this stupid little room pretty much the first time you're backtracking through Brinstar, but you can't actually get that energy tank until you've cleared the wreck ship. I'm honestly not sure if there's a more efficient time to get this other than at the very end of the game. Okay. We're officially done with Brinstar. Gonna go back through here. This is that little secret passage that takes us to where the Morph Ball was. Okay, hello Criteria, hello Mother Brain's old room. Remember when these guys were sort of threatening? I don't. Okay, if you really want to, you can basically screw attack all the way up this passage. If you can time it right, which I usually don't have any issues going horizontally, but trying to go straight up, yeah, see, I waited just a hair too long to jump. So yeah, space jump in this game Not perfect, but... like, that's okay. They had to leave the other entries in this series something to improve upon, right? Hello, gamers. How are you guys doing? Not good! A crazy purple person is killing us! I'm sorry. Okay, let's go ahead and recharge at the ship real quick. Come on, full items. Please, 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 please. Okay. Okay, so we're at 220 missiles. There are 2 missiles up here. We're missing 1 energy tank. There's an energy tank up here. Okay, we are good. We got 100%. Alright, so our last 3 items are up on this wall up here. I mentioned you can get in here earlier if you want to. Like, you can wall jump up to here and shoot through this wall. So this is why you don't want to. You see this here little gauntlet? The game really, really wants you to come back through here with the screw attack so you can get through these columns. Now, you can power bomb through here if you really want to. I've done it before. But there is a little trap at the very end with those 2 missiles where it's a lot easier to get those if you have the spring ball. So yeah, unless you're playing a randomizer, just wait. You can come back here, it'll be much easier. Okay, so we shoot through here. We've got 4 one-way blocks here. Now, we very carefully want to jump onto the exact center of this column so that we break both sets of blocks. I'll show you why in a sec. Okay, so these blocks right here, as soon as you touch them, they will break. You can only break them from the top, though. So if you were to say, like, go down one side of this column or the other, you would only be able to break 1 or 2 of the blocks, and the missile on the other side would be inaccessible, so you would have to go through that big stupid gauntlet twice. It is a lot easier to jump on these with the spring ball. So that's ultimately the reason why I decided to wait. Okay, give me 1 second, you guys. I need to take a bathroom break, and then we are going on to in-game. Alright, I'm back. So, before we head into Torian, let's review what 100% looks like. So, with every single item in the game, we are going to have a total of 14 energy tanks, 230 missiles, 50 super missiles, and 50 power bombs. We got 4 reserve tanks, and then we've got all of our happy item slots right here filled up. And of these, the X-ray scope, the plasma beam, and the spring ball are completely optional items. You can skip those and get through the end of the game. Several of these you can do without, but only if you're either very good or using glitches. Like, it's possible to get through the whole game without the gravity suit, but I wouldn't want to. You can get through without the various suit. You could skip the screw attack. You could skip. You can actually, I think, mostly skip the speed booster. There is one room in Meridia that you absolutely need it to get through. Normally, it's that one where the Metroids were. I actually got stuck there on a randomizer run once. Conveniently, there is a way to basically clip through the end of the room by freezing a Metroid and then jumping on it, and it'll push you through a block. So I think you can technically deal with this without the speed booster, but there's no reason to really do that. Yeah, one of the things that makes this game great is the sheer number of different ways that you can run it. There's all sorts of items you can skip, you can get them in the wrong order, you can do the bosses in completely wrong order. You don't have to do a 100% run. You could do a low item percentage run where you get as few items as possible. The later Metroid games actually basically canonize that. They will give you different endings for getting as few items as possible. In Fusion, like the major upgrades aren't counted in your percentage, so I believe there's like one missile that you have to get, but otherwise I think a minimum percent run through that is a 1% run, and then I think for Zero Mission, a minimum percent run is, I believe, 12% of the items. Like, it's a fun challenge way to do it. I have done the 12% run for Zero Mission, but it was honestly a pain in the butt. I will not be doing it for a canon playthrough through the game. I could always do it for as a challenge stream later on if you guys wanted me to. Yeah, this is what a fully powered Samus Aran looks like. But with that, that missile passage conveniently drops us right by the door to Torian, so let's go through there and proceed to the end of the game. Alright, one last thing, if you guys watched the previous Metroid streams, I mentioned several times there was something that later on I was going to quiz you about. I hope you guys remember where it is, because it's pop quiz time in a second here. Alright, here's the Guardian statue. Fantoon killed Dragon, and lastly killed Ridley. Hey Ren, glad to see you. We are just about to go into the final area of the game. We have got 100% of the items. Hopefully I have got through this fast enough to get the best ending as well. I'm not 100% sure without saving and restarting so I can see the clock on the title screen. If Metroid 2 is any indication, I'll probably get it with a couple minutes to spare. Alright, here we are in Turian, Mother Brain's command center. This right here is the last save point in the game. There is another one later on in this area, however, yeah, you can see it down there. However, that save point is a trap. If you use that one, it's going to be after the point of no return. You can load your save, but if you have missed any of the items, you cannot go back after that point. So if you have any intention of loading the game back up and doing some more exploration, use this save point. Absolutely do not use that one. Oh no! Chat, Metroids! How could I have anticipated this? Chat, help! I don't remember how to kill these. What do I do? I hope one of you remembers, because otherwise I am going to sit here and die. Yes, thank you. Alright, so Metroids are life-sucking organisms. It's hard to do. If one of them grabs you, you can get them off with the bombs. You can also destroy them with 3 power bombs. Otherwise, to destroy Metroid, you need to freeze it with the ice beam and shoot it with either 5 missiles or 1 super missile. Now, back in the previous games, you absolutely needed to know that because the beams were mutually exclusive, and you would need to actually remember that and go back and get the ice beam. In this one, not so much because all the beams stack. So, unless you decided you don't like it and turned it off, there's really no reason you should be coming in here without the ice beam. Alright, you'll recall that in Metroid 2, the entire point of the game was to single-handedly wipe out every single Metroid in existence, with the exception of the Metroid hatchling, which we took back to our friends at the Ceres Research Lab. Ridley kidnapped that, brought it back to Planet Zebes. The fact that we're fighting Metroids here means that Mother Brain has managed to clone our kid. I don't know about you guys, but that fact makes me a little bit perturbed. Yeah. Okay. Phew. Okay, that's the last one. We are home free at this point. Oh, great. Okay, we're in some sort of sand area and the music just changed. That's good. These blue side hoppers are immune to beams. You can kill them with super missiles, but there's no point because they don't drop items. Just screw attack through here. Okay, there's another chorizo. It's... Okay, it turned to dust. That's not good. Anybody else getting a bad feeling? Oh boy. Hello, giant Metroid. Good Metroid. Go, wait. Sorry, everybody. This is where we die. It was a good run. Babby, yes. That right there is the Metroid hatchling. You have no idea what the hell Mother Brain has done to it. But obviously she has been experimenting on our poor baby. Fortunately, it recognized us just in time. Now that right there is an unskippable cutscene. There is no way to destroy the hatchling. There's no way to escape the room until it's drained you down to 1 health. Luckily, there is this nice little energy recharge point right here afterwards. I don't think it's possible to die right there. I could be wrong, though. Alright, everybody, here it is. This is the point of no return. Let's do this. Okay. This is that save point I mentioned. Just one more time. Do not use this save point. If you do, you will be trapped in Turian and can't go back. Little ring enemies are called Rinkas, and they are very annoying. These tubes are called Zebatites. Oh, I don't have missiles equipped. These things are Mother Brain's support lifeline kind of thing. You need to use missiles to destroy them. If you hit them a couple times and then stop shooting, they will regenerate. So the best thing to do here is honestly just sit here, take the hits, and just keep firing. Hey, Mother Brain. It's too bad you're frickin' fish in a barrel. Yeah, you didn't like that, did ya? Chat, what's she doing? Alright, welcome to the final boss, the upgraded Mother Brain. And much more like the beginning of the game, I'm gonna shut up for a little bit and let you guys experience this. Alright. Well, we just lost our kid, but fortunately they left us a present. You'll note that down there. We now have the Hyper Beam, and as you can see, it is incredibly devastating. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Alright, we've got 3 minutes to get off this planet before it blows up. So this one is New Game Plus, right? Nope. Alright, you have more than enough time to get through this as long as you're careful. Alright, and this game has one more Easter egg. Y'all remember this room right here? Yep, this is the shaft we had to climb out of to get to escape at the very end of the first game. Somebody was very pleased with themselves here. Okay. One more thing. For anyone who's ever seen a speed run of this game at AGDQ, this is the point where they will start taking viewer incentives on whether or not to save or spare the animals. This is not a democracy. We are going to go save them. So we're going to take a quick detour. Alright, here's our friends, the Edicoons and the Core. They are trapped in here. And note this guy sitting over here next to the wall. We just gotta destroy it. Okay, get going, guys. Alright, we got 1 minute left. Come on. Alright. Alright. Watch the right side of the screen right here. Alright, 252. We were trying to shoot for 3 hours. We got the best ending by 8 minutes. Alright, if you watch the right side, you'll note the little purple dot escape. That is supposed to be the Decora's ship. If you rescue them, they manage to get off the planet in time. Otherwise... it's okay. We are gonna see them again, so rescuing them is the canonical ending. Alright. That was Super Metroid. What do you guys think? Wait, the bird had a ship too? Yeah? Or possibly they stole one. It doesn't really say. Yeah, Babby died. Yeah, that's entirely fair. I'll be honest, this ending almost always makes me get choked up. I'm actually blowing my nose over here. Thanks for playing games I suck at good so I don't have to learn. Yep, that's what I'm here for. Like, basically the entire reason I started streaming is because there's a bunch of games that I want to share with people I care about. Alright. Alright, so depending on your time through this game, what ending you get right here changes. We got less than 3 hours, so it is fan service time. Alright, so yeah, less than 3 hours, you will get to see Samus in a bikini. 3 to 10 hours, she just takes her helmet off at the end right there. And if you take more than 10 hours, she just gives you a thumbs up. I have taken more than 10 hours exactly once. It was on my very first run through this game. First couple, it took me a couple attempts before I was able to get to down to less than 3. My test run through this, I think, was 2 hours and 24 minutes. I think the best I've ever done is 1 hour and 50. Which, I mean, it's good for me. I think the world record for 100% is like an hour, so there's a lot of room to improve. I've thought of speedrunning this before, but I really don't have the reflexes for it, and I honestly don't have the patience either just to try to throw myself against the game over and over again until I master it. All right, but that was the end of the game. But that is not the end. I actually have a couple of bonus things I want to show you. There are a couple more secret techniques that the game does not show you. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to hit reset on the console. Alright, Kino, go ahead and go to bed. We'll be doing Metroid Fusion the same time next week. And I just want to assure you, even though our poor kid died to save us, it's going to live on inside of us in a very real way, which we'll find out next week. Anyway, for everyone who is sticking around for a little bit, let me reload this. The Alien Resurrection connection. Yes! Without going any deeper into that, Alien Resurrection is the... So if you're just doing an, the Metroid series was very heavily influenced by the Alien movie franchise. Both in overall tone, but there's also several, like, kind of overt story nods. Some of them are closer than others. Metroid Fusion and Alien Resurrection actually tie together very closely. This game maps to Alien 3, and there really isn't a lot of tie-ins there. It's kind of the weakest entry. The main thing I'll note is that the Metroid hatchling is basically Newt. If you've seen the movie, I don't need to spell out what happens to Newt. There's a reason I pretend that movie doesn't exist, though. Okay, so let's reload in Turian. Okay, so our first secret... So I've pointed this out a couple times, but as we progress through the games, we get a couple different beams, and those beams all stack and give you their... they'll all lend to their properties together. For the most part, you can turn these off, but there's no reason to. Except for there is one secret ability that the beams have. What you need to do is you need to have one beam selected plus the charge beam. You also need to have power bombs. Let me go in the next room. So what you do is, with the power bomb selected, we just need to charge up our individual beam. Alright, you'll note the shield we've got here. So, this is called, I think, the beam charge combination. Every single beam has an ability like this. For the ice beam, we're going to get a shield. The wave beam is going to get these projectiles that basically are going to zoom back and forth and also follow us across the screen. Spays are just kind of the same thing. It's kind of a one and done. And here's the plasma beam. Kind of a shield like the ice beam again, it swirls twice and then goes back out. Alright, so, we've got one other secret technique. This is called the Crystal Flash. This is, if you... Back in Nintendo Power, Nintendo's official magazine back in the day, there was actually a Super Metroid tie-in comic. It's actually really important because it introduced a whole bunch of story concepts that we don't even see until later games. For example, I think it is the first time in the entire series that anyone actually says the word Chozo. Like, otherwise, I don't think that species is actually named until Metroid Prime. But over the course of that little mini-series, Samus gets severely hurt by a trap and has to show off a very dangerous healing ability called the Crystal Flash. You can actually do that in-game. Let's see. Alright, so to actually use the Crystal Flash, you need to be at critical health. You can't have any reserve tanks, and you need at least 10 of all of your items. So I'm going to sit here and take damage. I've turned the suits off so that I take damage faster. Alright, let's see if I accidentally kill myself. We need to be at less than 50. Okay, almost there. Okay, so we're at 44. Okay, so to actually use this, we need to have the power bombs equipped. So what we do is we roll in the ball, we hold down on the D-pad, we hold both of the shoulder buttons, so down, L, and R, and then we're going to set off a power bomb. And Samus basically goes into that little bubble, and she starts using up items to fuel her recovery. Now, this is mostly a tie-in kind of thing. The only place the game actually hints that you can do that is on the attract screen. How often is that used? Pretty much never. Like, I've never had any cause to actually use it. If you really want to, you can actually use it right after you get drained by the hatchling. I mostly don't do that because this uses up super missiles and I need those to shoot Mother Brain with. But yeah, it's just an emergency healing thing. But yeah, the game doesn't teach you how to do this, but it does show you. I'm going to reset the console again and show you where it does. Alright, we're just gonna let this sit on the title screen. Ren, you probably missed this because it was towards the beginning, but I mentioned that this game has an attract mode, which is basically the thing where you let a game sit on the title screen and it'll show you bits of gameplay. This game has a regular attract mode. It'll show you little bits. One thing it does that I can't think of any other game that does this that isn't a Metroid game, is it'll actually show you a couple of secret abilities if you let... So let's let this sit here and start the little movie. Alright, so that showed us how to do a horizontal super jump, and overall demonstrated that ability even exists. This just shows you that you can completely loop around a block with the grapple beam, which isn't really obvious, at least at first, because most of them are located on the ceiling. Here's showing the existence of the bomb jump, and the fact that you can actually do that in mid-air. Here it's showing you how to do the beam charge combo. And here's the crystal flash. Yeah, and I think these progressively unlock as you get further in the game. If you start on a completely new save, like, it'll just show you beginning of the game stuff. It won't show you the secrets. Yeah, one of the many things I love about this game is that it has several secrets that it's not going to outright tell you how to do, but it will leave the hints there if you are willing to dig for them. Vaughn, you asked if this game has a new game plus. Unfortunately not. The best you can do is just reload into your save. Some of the later ones do, not actually a full new game. It really should, because, like, since the game isn't scripted, it would be very easy for the game to just, like, let you go wherever. Honestly, now I have to go check if there's some sort of New Game Plus mod. I bet there is. But yeah, the later games actually all have unlockables. For Zero Mission, once you beat the game once, you'll get a hard mode. And there's a couple other things depending on what endings you get. Alright, but yeah, that is Super Metroid. Again, this is my favorite video game. Just and stop. This is I'm getting teary. I'm sorry. That talking about this gives me feels. Yeah, again, the whole Metroidvania genre, if they're copying a Metroid game, they're copying this one. This game has just been influential on so many games to come. I mentioned at the very beginning, like, this was the first real, like, speedrunning game on consoles. It still is, like, they haven't done it in the past couple years just because there hasn't been a lot of reason to, because it's been shown off so much, but at Summer Games Done Quick and Awesome Games Done Quick, this would generally be, like, the marquee game. They'd put it on the last day. What makes it your fave? The overall atmosphere, like, I mean, I showed you the beginning of the ending of this game, like, it's so atmospheric. I love the way that it's, aside from that opening text scroll, it tells the entire plot without any dialogue whatsoever. It's got so many neat little nooks and crannies, and it trusts you to be able to go in and figure out where it is. It's just so replayable. Like, you can find all the items, you can play through it as quickly as possible, you can skip items, you can get things in the wrong order. There's so many different ways to play this. And honestly, when this game came out, I was 8 years old and I had never experienced anything like this. So yeah, if I have even remotely done this game, I hope you guys at least appreciate this game. I don't know if coming into it at this point in time, if there's any way to love it as much as I did as a little kid, but I hopefully did my best. Alright, so anyway, Friday, I will probably be streaming Psychonauts 2 again, unless people want to play other games, in which case I might stream that. But for sure, next Monday at 8, Metroid Mondays continues. We will be doing Metroid Fusion. The game that is, as you'll discover, kind of the black sheep of this series. But I hope that you'll enjoy it in its own way. Aside from that, thank you so much to everybody who sat here through this whole stream with me. Please have a good night, and I will see you next mission. Night.